Can you, oh, we're unmuted. Great. Good morning, everybody. I'm just going to do a quick sound check. Director Newell, Director Fike. Can you hear us okay? Director Davidoff, good morning.
Good morning.
Director Graham, thumbs up. Great. All right. Welcome, everybody, to our January board meeting. Happy 2025. It's January, right? Yes. Hope everybody had a great holiday season. So I will start by acknowledging and respecting the traditional lands of the Indigenous people within whose lands we are meeting today. And I'll call for adoption of the agenda with the inclusion in our agenda. Director Main, pop off, further discussion, additions. Looking online, you're on the chat. Thank you very much. All those in favor? Anybody opposed? Thank you. And the minutes. For December minutes, thank you, Popoff, Jackman. Any corrections? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, so we have two delegations today. We have 15 minutes per delegation, 10 minutes for the presentation, 5 minutes for questions. Public time for those that are here that want to ask us questions will be at 11:45, and that'll be a 15-minute slot as well. So I'm going to invite Greg, Theron, and Andrew is online. Let's just check your sound, Andrew. Can you unmute, maybe turn on your camera? There you are. Hello.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Great. If
you can stay muted until you're ready to speak, that's helpful. Great. Thank you. Floor is yours.
Okay, let's just see if this remote works.
Yeah.
One sec here. Okay, now try.
Yes.
Yes, look, it's
awesome. Okay. Well, thanks very much for having us here today. We're here to talk about Sue Big Oil, which is a Made in BC campaign towards a climate cost recovery class action lawsuit. And we're hoping that not today, but soon, the RDCK will become the 10th local government in BC to join the campaign. My name is Greg Amos. I'm the lead organizer for the West Kootenay chapter of Sue Big Oil. I live, work, and play in Nelson. I work as a data analyst, and I'm not a professional activist, but I'm here because this is important. I'll let Claire introduce herself in a second, but first I'll just introduce, joining us online is Andrew Gage from West Coast Environmental Law. Andrew is a lawyer and project lead for the WCEL's climate change program. And also with us today are several area residents in the room who are involved in this campaign. I'm just hoping that those who are here to support us can either raise a hand or hold up a sign. You're getting a little support in the room today. Thank you very much. And yeah, just checking in today, we're January 16th, 2025. We're in a current atmospheric CO2 concentration of 423 parts per million, up 25% since I was born, and well past what's considered to be the safe level of 350 ppm. What do we need there?
My name is Theron Raintree. I've met many of you, but not everyone. I'm a local lawyer. I live in the Slocan Valley. I am also not a professional activist, but believe that this is a very important step for us to take as a regional district. And on the parts per million, I was just looking into it. When George Mercer Dawson came through and mapped the Valhallas and the whole area, that was about 150 years ago, and parts per million of atmospheric carbon dioxide were 290 parts per million 150 years ago. 100 years ago, in the 1920s, when the Sons of Freedom, the Duke Wars, when they were active building up Crestova, parts per million were 305. So 290 150 years ago and 305 100 years ago. Now we're up to 424. Just to give you some perspective, it's a 45% increase.
Okay, we'll look at the next slide, please. Okay, so climate change costs faced by local governments. Climate change affects everything. It should be obvious to every one of us here in the room, from the impact on roads and infrastructure, wildfires, droughts, temperature extremes, fluctuations, warm and cold weather whiplash, like we saw here last December. And in the summer, heat, drought, increasingly dangerous fire seasons. In the winter, erratic snowfall that harms tourism. Way back in 2021, we had the heat dome that cost an estimated $17 billion in economic losses across the Cascadia region, and more than 600 people in BC died of extreme heat. And then later, in that same summer, Lytton burns to the ground, and then of course Jasper last summer, and now parts of LA are on fire. A decade ago, Fort McMurray. The atmospheric river, also part of the disastrous 2021 season, led to catastrophic flooding, highways and rail washed away. But let's go back to wildfires for a moment. In the summer of 2023, that was the most destructive and costly wildfire season ever recorded. 3 times more hectares of forest were burned than the previous worst year on record. That was unprecedented destruction in BC and across Canada. And then, of course, last summer, it hit close to home here because we had 51 wildfire evacuations in BC, including West Kootenay communities such as the Spokane Valley and Argenta. And I think there we get into the more local picture here. Before we move on, I just wanted to point out the small graph you see at the bottom of the slide that's a look at the Canadian temperature anomalies for the past 150 years. So it's generally considered to be from the Industrial Revolution until now. And as you can see, some years are on a scale sort of 0 to +2 or -2. Some years are above, some years are below. But since about the 2000s began, we've been pretty much +1, +1.5 almost every year. So things are definitely ramping up in the next slide.
Yeah, climate costs that Greg was talking about, just to review, we've got landslides, flooding, supply chain disruptions, drought, farming impacts, smoke season now, wildfire season, the heat waves, all of these things do result in costs to the regional district. And we know there's not necessarily a set amount the province is going to pay and the regional district is going to pay. These things are in flux. It's a discussion and it's difficult, but there's a portion of that amount of climate costs that the regional district is expected to pay. And that's what we're here to talk about today. There's always going to be some portion of that cost that we will have to cover from our tax dollars at the regional district level. The chart on this page, you see the top one, very small lines, the bottom one, tall lines. The y-axis there is days per year, from 0 to 30 days per year. And the graph on the bottom, that's the past 5 years, the days per year that reached above 35 degrees Celsius. You can see, where did our graph go? You can see that it has greatly increased since 20 years ago. So the yellow line is Nelson, the blue line is Castlegar, the green line is Nakusp. So these are all local areas. The red line is Preston. If you look at the yellow line, that's Nelson. In the early 90s, what year is that? 1991 through 1995? Yeah. During those years, the highest number of days per year that we got above 35 degrees in Nelson was 4 days a year that year, or none, but 4 was the highest. Now the average is 13 days per year in Nelson above 35 degrees Celsius and no days below 6. 6 is the minimum these days. So it's heating up rapidly. We've seen the costs that we get at the regional level because of these changes. And what we're here today about is how are we going to cover those costs that the district is responsible for, not that the province is responsible for, the costs the district is responsible for.
You don't have to be a scientist. You don't have to go to websites and study graphs to understand the impacts of climate change to see that it's getting warmer out here. How many days this winter have you had to scrape your windshield? How many days have you had to shovel your driveway? Not very many. It's been warm. So let's talk about big oil. So who is big oil? Big oil is basically, you can think of big oil in the same way we use the terms like big tobacco or big pharma. It's not just the producers. It's also the distributors and the trade groups and the PR firms that kind of give us, as the public, a picture of what the oil industry is and what they do and how beneficial they are. We can divide the producers also into 2 groups. There's the public corporations, the names we all know, like ExxonMobil, Shell, Chevron, BP, etc. And then there's the national oil companies as well, Saudi Aramco, Gazprom, Pemex, etc. Anyways, altogether, let's call this group big oil. It's a very profitable global industry. For the past 50 years, the global fossil fuel industry has earned an estimated $3 billion in profits daily. That's profits, not revenue, profits. And that's coming from, the public is paying 100% of the added costs. So big oil should be paying something for this. This comes from a 2022 study in the Jordan. We're going to move on to the next slide now. So,
The reason that legal professionals believe that this style of lawsuit can be successful and have a high likelihood of success is because of the evidence that has come to the surface in recent years. So there are books from multiple authors like Jeff Dembicki, John Vallant, Jeff Nisbet. Many people have written books. There's a documentary series by the public broadcasting station in the US, a Frontline series called The Power of Big Oil. All of these media available resources document and highlight the evidence that exists, which is that this has been the greatest coordinated disinformation campaign globally in history. There is the documentary evidence to prove this in court. Like Google, back in the 70s, Exxon was a very popular company to work for. All the best graduates, they wanted a job with Exxon. Exxon was funding really top of the line scientific studies, peer-reviewed research, and it was a wonderful place to work. And then in the early 80s, there was the glut of oil on the market. The market was flooded, prices went down, and it was a business decision at Exxon and other big companies. What are we going to do now that we don't have as much revenue? Are we going to continue to invest in R&D, or are we going to just double down on fossil fuels because we're constricted financially? They decided to double down on fossil fuels, but not only that, they funded a disinformation campaign, and this is where the malefides comes in. They funded that disinformation campaign on purpose, and they misled legislators as well. There are legislators willing to testify to this effect. I don't want to spend too much time on this because I know we're tight for time, but just to let you know, the evidence is there, and it was on purpose.
and there's been blame shifting going on as well. I mean, one of the names I mentioned in the last slide, BP and the concerned carbon footprint. There's been blame shifting from the producer to the consumer. And of course, consumers don't like things like the carbon tax. Consumers don't like being directly responsible for all the impacts, all the costs that go along with global warming that comes from burning fossil fuels. So there's been quite a coordinated disinformation campaign. So that brings us to who else is suing big oil. So this is our main BC campaign to try and get the first of its kind class action lawsuit in Canada, but this has been happening in the US for quite a while. It's been happening around the world, but particularly the US for a while now. So there's 9 states currently suing big oil corporations. The most recent one to launch their own climate litigation was the state of Maine in late November. And on the world picture here, basically there's currently around 230 active climate litigation cases globally. 2/3 of those have been launched since 2020.
So we wouldn't be setting a precedent here is what we're saying. You know, this is something that is being done across the globe. We wouldn't be reinventing the wheel. Why a class action lawsuit brought by municipalities rather than the province of BC? Why are we suggesting that we do this? Because courts are the place where we resolve injustice. And the Regional District of Central Kootenay has climate costs that the province won't cover. And how are we going to cover those costs? Also, the province isn't moving to bring legislation. So that's another problem. I don't know how they're going to come up with their portion of the costs, but we have to be looking at our portion of those costs. Also, this lawsuit would be different than the Lemon Creek lawsuit. I know that that has caused a lot of work on the part of the board. This is a bigger class action where the Regional District of Central Kootenay is just one class member amongst other municipalities and other regional districts. So the workload is spread out, the costs are spread out. It's a highly effective and cost efficient way to get a big pot of money rather than waiting more and more and more years until what? We have to increase property taxes by 3 times. I don't want to see that happen.
Okay, so polluter superfunds. We're talking about polluter superfunds today because that particular phrase comes from when this board passed the climate plan back in April of 2024. So you see highlighted at the bottom there. I can't quite read it, but we have word that indicates that we want to see climate actions in the RDCK come with a business case that shows they're a good use of our taxpayer dollars with the funds ideally being provided from a polluter superfund. What is a polluter superfund? Well, they don't really exist yet, but there's two getting underway in Vermont and New York. Vermont is working on the costs. They're using attribution science to try and determine the degree of how much emissions are caused.
We should move to the conclusion with last questions, because we really don't have much time.
Okay, whereas New York's polluter superfund is looking to raise 75 billion between 2020 and 24. We're going
Let's
to
just
jump
give them a
to the
brief
next slide.
overview of support in the last few days, so they
Sure.
have an idea.
Okay.
I'll let you know that we are at 14 minutes, but I forgot, we just updated our procedures by law. So you've got 10 minutes for questions, but where you're currently at, that'll leave about 5. So finish up and you'll have about 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we'll just quickly wrap it up here. So looking at our support numbers in the West Kootenay, we have roughly 450 plus people have signed our Sue Big Oil declaration, saying they support the idea of the Sue Big Oil, the participation of our local government in this part of the world in BC's proposed campaign. We have numbers from, there you have some numbers from our.
Yeah, we have updated numbers. It's over 500 now. This was from last year, but yeah, we're over, getting to be more like 525 now in terms of people who have signed the declaration.
Yeah, and we've got a slice of our state of the basin graph down there that shows an overwhelming majority of West Kootenay residents see climate change as something they're very worried about, so they want to see action.
And here's some wording we can talk about just in terms of what the ask is when we're coming here today, talking to you about this. Do you want to do that?
You are at 15 minutes now.
Okay.
Okay, so we have an example resolution up on the board. I believe one of our directors here today might have some specific wording to give to us later. We'll probably wrap it up here and open up the floor to some questions.
Thank you. So friendly reminder to anybody online or in the public, questions at this time are only for directors. We'll have public time at 11:45 if you want to ask the board a question. And in terms of decisions, of course, we don't make decisions during a delegation. We might see some conversation later. We do know there's a motion coming for next month. So just on procedure for the board. Can you check chat? Right now I've got Director DeBoon. Go ahead.
Okay, I agree with what you're telling us, and I don't question the evidence because my career is in ministry of environment, so I'm in support of that. The only concern I have is how can we assure people that the cost of this through big oil doesn't trickle back down to the consumer? So they pay billions of dollars to repair damages. The consumer, how much does the consumer end up paying if they go, wow, we have to pay billions, we have to raise our prices? And is that fair to the consumer? Because if that's the case, you're going to get withering support for that part of it. And I would much rather see oil companies do it voluntarily, but of course, we know that's not likely going to happen. But I think that's a major concern people have is, are we going to end up paying for that out of our own pockets? Because we all still use their products and their insight. So if you could answer that, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, so cost, yes. We cannot approach these costs from a fear-based place of, oh no, I don't want to get the oil companies mad at me because then my fuel's going to cost more. The reality of the situation is fire is costing billions of dollars in damages. It's so much out of proportion compared to what we pay for gas at the pump. These costs are astronomical that we're talking about here. And that's what I would say is focus on the big pool rather than the little pool.
We're all taxpayers at the base level. BC's record-breaking 2023 wildfire season cost the province $1.09 billion. That was about 10% of our provincial budget in 1 year. These costs are massive. They all trickle down to the taxpayer in the end. So you can choose how you want to pay, but we believe that the option we're proposing, the idea of joining this campaign, leads to far lower costs in the long run.
If I can add to that, I mean, as Greg says, taxpayers are going to pay one way or another, and this is the way that actually begins to have the true costs of these products reflected in their costs, and therefore allows equal basis, etc. But more to I think a more imminent sort of thing to emphasize, I guess, is the fact that these lawsuits are going ahead elsewhere. These global companies are being sued for their global costs. The costs of climate change are going to start being reflected in the cost of fuel one way or another. And if BC communities sit back and go, oh, we're not going to do this because we don't want to raise the cost of fuel. That's going to happen either way. So we need to be actually proactively trying to recover some of those costs because California is doing that, and Chicago's doing that, and all of these communities and states are doing that. That's being fought aggressively by the oil and gas company because they know it goes to their profits. It's also not a foregone conclusion that they will just pass the cost of taxpayers on the cost on to consumers rather. Currently they're having a huge windfall as a result of the war in Ukraine, and they've just pocketed those profits. So depending on the market conditions, they may have space to actually absorb some of the costs without passing it on to consumers. But at the end of the day, this is happening elsewhere, and if BC communities don't join, those costs will still go up because the governments around the world cannot afford not to actually be seeking to recover these costs.
Thank you. So we only have 2 minutes left and 4 speakers. So I'm just going to ask everybody to be as concise as possible so all those speakers can ask their questions. Director Main, Davidoff, and then myself.
Thank you very much. I have one comment and one very simple question. My comment is you also need to be advocating to the federal government to apply the polluter pay principle, which would have much more leverage than the individual lawsuits, or they would be partnered. And secondly, can you provide us with a list of the local governments in BC who have already signed up?
Yeah, we have a slide in that. I'm not sure we can go back to the slide, but essentially off the top of my head here.
And they have all the slides in the materials. So if you wanted us to provide a list, we do have a list already in the materials. It's one of the slides. What number slide is that?
It's slide 11. There's 9 local governments, the largest of which is Burnaby. We have rough. Yes,
So it's slide 11 if anyone wants to look that up.
Okay.
Thank you.
On the polluter pays principle on the federal government, or for that matter, the provincial government applying it, the fact is the polluter pays principle has a long tradition in the common law. That's what this lawsuit is based on. And the federal government, in terms of new legislation or new policy, would only be targeting Canadian companies because that's what they regulate. Lawsuits can go after global companies because they cause harm in Canada. So they both are important tools, but the federal government's role is not larger than what we can accomplish through the class action lawsuit.
Thank you. Director Davidoff, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you for the delegation. I'm a teacher, and we're dealing with children choking on smoke during wildfires. How is that any different from children choking on secondary smoke? And people have sued Big Tobacco successfully. And the key thing is that I'm a little emotional about this because when you're in a classroom and kids can't go outside and kids keep choking and can't do anything, it's time to stop that. And that is directly caused by super polluters. And the only way to get back at them is through a lawsuit. So could this delegation please send us information on how we were successful in getting Big Tobacco to pay? And it took decades, but they're paying for the damage they've caused, both for primary smokers and for secondhand smoke damage. So to me, that's what resonates, is when my granddaughter can't go outside because of smoke caused by these super polluters. It's time to stop it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Director Davidoff. Do you want to respond or just send us some info
Yes.
if you have it?
Director Davidoff, your points are completely accurate. And in fact, it's many of the same people involved in Big Tobacco lies to the public that are involved in Big Oil's lies to the public. For example, the Koch brothers, they're invested in the oil industry by having transportation pipelines and refineries. So even though we don't hear about them a lot, they're heavily invested in the oil industry. They made a partnership with RJR Phillips and RJR Reynolds and Philip Morris, you know, the 2 big tobacco companies. They got together with the Koch brothers back in the 80s to develop a lobbying group, Citizens for Environmental Responsibility. What is that called? Something like that. No, Citizens for Environmental something, CES or CER. And that that lobbying group has had billions of dollars funneled into it over the decades in order to build up grassroots movements, which are not actually grassroots, they're astroturf movements that are funded by these billionaires in order to encourage people to believe we don't want these taxes on the big companies because we don't like taxes. So yes, Director Davidoff, it's definitely connected and the evidence is there. It's documented in the archives of the companies. And if you look at the resources, like the books that we referred to, the PBS documentary also gives you highlights of where you can find that information. So it's definitely something that is what has happened over the past 50 years.
Yeah, there's absolutely a playbook and a legal model to follow here in pursuing big oil in legal actions. And I might add, just to follow up on Director Dabu's question from earlier, that
You are quite over time, but just if you could be quick, that would be great. We have another delegation waiting, so I do have to respect
there
your
are
time.
currently 70 state, county, and local governments in the United States engaged in climate losses, not all a class action. That means that nearly 1/4 of the US population lives in a jurisdiction that's pursuing climate litigation.
Thank you.
That's all.
I am sorry to cut you guys off. This is a very important, big
We can talk
conversation.
for hours.
Obviously. I really appreciate your time. Again, for those in the public or in the gallery, you're welcome to stay at 11:45. We'll have 15 minutes open for questions from the public. But at this time, we do need to move to our next delegation. Thank you so much for
Thank
coming.
you, everybody, for listening.
Thank
For your
you.
time
And if
dedication.
anyone has further questions, please reach out.
And Jamie, thank you so much. Just give us one moment while folks move around in the room. Sorry to keep you waiting. Thank you for your patience. Director Page, I'm sorry, I was going to give you my slot. Okay, Jamie, good morning and welcome from Selkirk College. Are you going to be sharing your presentation from your side?
Sure, I can absolutely do that.
Okay.
Get it going here.
Sorry, 1 second, Jamie, what was that, Ann? Oh.
We have a close to the screen there.
Sorry, Jamie, now we're having a bit of technical stuff in here.
No problem.
Thank you for your patience. I really appreciate it. Goodbye, thank you. Wow.
That's it.
Do we want to get that screen working or? Directors on this side, is it simple enough for you to just turn around? Because, oh, sorry. Oh, great, thanks, Diana. So Jamie, just so you know, I forgot we increased our delegations to 20 minutes. So I'll still give you this at 10 minutes, just so you know. But if you want to go to 12 or 15 and then have 5 minutes for questions, I'll just give you that heads up around 10 minutes.
No problem. Thanks so much,
Yeah.
Mr. Watson.
We're
So I
almost
appreciate.
there. We're just waiting for a screen to work.
Sounds great. Let me know when you're ready.
Thank you, Jamie.
Sharon? I assume most of us have it on our own computers, and so whether it's up there or not, if we have access to it here, I think we can proceed. Yeah, got it.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, thanks.
Right there. Okay, Jamie, thank you. We're all good to roll. Go ahead and welcome.
Fantastic. Well, first off, thank you so much for inviting me to tell you about this proposed project. And with that, it will be an opportunity to give you an update on the current project that this is building off of as well. So the opportunity that why I reached out to the regional district is we are going to apply, or we are in the process of applying for the Social Science and Humanities Council of Canada Community and College Social Innovation Fund. So this is the same fund where we have our current project funded out of. And what's great about these types of funds is that it's new money. It's not taking away or competing with anything else happening in the region. So it's bringing in additional resources to support work. And so this project builds off of the relationships, the momentum, and the learning from our current regional project that ends this year. And that project is the Bridging Rural Homelessness and Wellbeing Project, a sustainable and collaborative regional response, where we had over 30 community partners, and the RDCK did sign on as a partner in the proposal stage and has participated as much as able to over the project. But we've always stayed in communication. And so this Stories to Solution project that I'm sharing today is going to be a new 3-year project that's using an innovative methodology that allows us to continue addressing the needs of the region and continue collaborating around rural homelessness response. The key here is, as well as with this, with our funding, is it needs to be a new project. So taking what we learned, wrapping it into a new project to continue good work together. So in order for us to understand kind of the new project, I want to just step back and talk about the current project, the Bridging Rural Homelessness and Wellbeing Project. So for this project, our goal or our direction of travel was to improve the well-being of those experiencing homelessness. That messy picture on the side with all the arrows there, that really shows what we're up against. As you know, addressing homelessness is very complex. The causes of homelessness are complex. The solutions are really hard because there's so many interlocking pieces, so many different perspectives. You can try something and it may or may not work or has an intended or unintended consequence otherwise. So we're working in the complexity space. And that has really helped shape the angle of the project, realizing that we need diverse folks at the table and we need to just keep trying things and bringing folks together as well as research. And so the objectives at the bottom there, so we have done 2 types of research on this project so far, and I'll get to those in just a moment. But the objective is to build and strengthen relationships, knowing that we need to work together across communities, across organizations, especially as our unhoused members move a lot between communities as well. To build capacity in the region through college resources, and then to share what we're learning. So what have we done so far in this current project? So we are 2.5 years into a 3-year project. And so we had 30 partner organizations with over 70 contacts. We've hosted 2 summits where we've had 360 participants, so very well attended. The 3rd summit will be happening in Nelson at the end of April. We've had 2 summers so far with student outreach, where students have gone around supporting folks in the summer months. And we will have one last summer with outreach this year. We've done 2 research projects to support decision-making. So one is published, that was from summer 2023, and that is where we got insights from service providers and service users around rural homelessness response. And then the other one is getting close to being published, and that's where we did the Community Perceptions of Homelessness survey last summer and early fall. And we had over 800 responses and over 3,000, almost 4,000 qualitative responses to our various questions. So a wealth of information looking at community perceptions that will really support decision-making. So that's in progress and will be released soon. We've had over 20 students engaged in the project, over 70 people with lived and living experience engaged. And we've started a pilot that's a lived experience circle on homelessness. So building capacity for a group of folks to help inform decision-making in our regions. We're still in the early stages of that, and there'll be more learning, but it's built on some good practice that has been done elsewhere. So this slide is really an opportunity. I hear a lot, especially with supporting our most vulnerable members, that sometimes there is some hesitancy about the term research. But the work that we do, and when working in complexity, research is action, because you have to understand and collect information about what is happening to feed it back into the system, to be able to try things, to then learn and then go back and start again. Did that work? Did that not work? You need that feedback. And so research is action when you're working on complex issues like homelessness or climate change, as a matter of fact. So what is the need? The need for this project is homelessness continues to be an issue in our region. I was just saw the preliminary results for the Nelson point in time count and saw that it was a 30% increase in Nelson. I think it was, oh, now I feel like I'm going to say it wrong. I think it was from 2018 to 2024, but it has been an increase. Research from the current project, so that community perceptions and the response rate that we got shows us really the urgency and the scale of the issue, and that people really want to share stories of experiences. And so this is from all perspectives, not just folks that are experiencing homelessness at the moment, but from all perspectives. And that more work is needed to support that regional collaboration and solution. So I feel like we've just scratched the surface in 2.5 years, and to be able to continue this work to bring the communities and region together. And that we really need to work with diverse perspectives within the region to be able to address that complexity that we talked about. So make sure that we include businesses and local government and service providers and people with lived experience and every single angle that has a kind of a perspective or input into this issue or an experience, which is really all of us. So the Stories to Solution project was designed thinking about all these different pieces and what our team has learned over the last couple years. And so we're proposing using this innovative methodology called participatory narrative inquiry, and I'll tell you about that a little bit more. And it's to gather and make sense of stories from all experiences. So that's where we are planning to include businesses and community members, as well as service providers and folks experiencing homelessness, and all along the spectrum. And then through this process, it'll allow us to collaboratively find and support actionable solutions to rural homelessness that works in our context. And so the objectives of this proposed project is to gather and work with stories of lived experiences. Through the process, because it is very participatory, it will allow for that authentic and ethical participation of all, help strengthen relationships between the different communities and organizations, continue to build capacity through college resources. So linking as many student projects, student internships, faculty support as possible to the different interventions and actions that could emerge through the project, as well as it allows students who have had this experience to come out with that additional capacity to support our region, and then to continue sharing lessons learned in the region and beyond. So why stories? So stories are powerful tools for communicating our experience as well as our values. And with complex topics, stories really help us understand what the situation is. It helps us with the sense making. If you think about even Indigenous ways of knowing, or the purpose of using stories to tell with children, it helps us understand complex situations.
Jamie, just so you know, sorry to interrupt you, you're at 10 minutes and we have about 6 people with questions so far.
Okay, I'll go much faster. I'm almost done.
Thank you.
And so it gives stories are also help support decision making, so pattern finding, which is going to be really important with this project, and give that voice for people to share what's important, to foster empathy and connection. So there'll be lots of opportunities to address stigma and within the community, and help with some polarization that we're experiencing around this topic, and to navigate and adapt to changing conditions so that stories can help us learn as things are changing. So what is participatory narrative inquiry? How is this different? So how this methodology works is we collect stories, but it's not just collecting a story and that's it. The person who tells the story also has an opportunity to share the meaning to them. So saying this was a positive story that had to do with a business owner. This was a negative story that had to do with a bylaw officer. this had a big impact or a little impact. You can design these different ways of coding the story. So the storyteller tells us the meaning. And then the sense making is done in a participatory way as well. So we'll bring different stakeholders together in different groups, whether it's diverse or together, there's different ways of doing it, where then we actually look at the stories and we could pull the stories out and say, like, let's look at all the stories that are a story that is a blend of a community member and someone who is unhoused, and they're positive. Let's see what happened there, and let's look for those patterns so we can encourage more of that. Let's look at what didn't work, and let's look at the patterns to see why that might have not worked. So the sense making is done together with the diverse groups and participants. And then we're always returning the stories back to community so that you can use these sustainably long term. There's a couple other pieces of it. I won't stay too long, but I just wanted to point out that there is also, through this, it allows us to have those interventions and actions are more easily found. And so through this process, it allows us to find those actions that have the best chance of moving forward. It's easier to see the options with energy, appetite, resources for action, and it creates the conditions for community-supported evidence-based decision-making because of the participatory manner. So the partnership asks that I have to all our partners is a participation partners, very similar to what we have in this current project, up to approximately 5 days a year. It's staying informed on the project. It's attending events as you have capacity to do so. And then it's bringing resources to the table, staff, potentially future grants or whatever, depending on what emerges from action. So it's just participating and being open to seeing what emerges from it. A strategic partner is the same as above, plus we're looking to guide the actual projects. We're looking for a number of different perspectives to help us on designing some of the questions and the overall direction of the story collection and those types of pieces. So it's a few extra days per year, approximately. Again, there's lots of flexibility through this project. It's very emergent. I've actually, since I've made this, we've asked actually over 50 organizations to partner. So we'll see how that all works out. And I am doing the direct ask to all of the 5 local governments in the core study area to contribute $7,500. Why this is important is this will allow us to apply for additional funding through MyTax so that we can, each $7,500 contribution equals 1 student internship. So a student to work on this project, to help with the process, to help with some emerging interventions or actions that can come up from it. So it's that student power that we can put towards this topic and this project. So our goal is to, we're aiming for 5 or 6 internships total, so 2 per year. I'm almost done. So these are just the next steps. So I'm aiming to confirm partnership by the end of the month, and by mid-February, completing all the requirements of our funder. I will get results in June. It is very competitive, but I feel very positive, feel very optimistic that we'll have a good chance. And then if funded, we would start in September, which is perfect because that's when the current project is ending. So we'll just kind of continue that momentum. So with that, I will stop share and pause for questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jamie. I just need to check sound for a minute. Director Newell, I saw you drop off. Are you good? Are you back?
Yes, I'll pause on the video right now because that's when it crashed on me. So I'll just wait while I'm.
Great. McLaren Co. is watching his text as well. If anybody does get dropped off, please do text us if I miss it. All right, directors, we have 6 people who would like to ask questions in about 4 minutes if we want to stick to our time. So Jackman, go ahead.
Didn't expect to be first, but through the chair, questions around how extensive this is in connectivity to other regions and the like. Bit of experience I had, which I think ended up very positive. 7 post-secondary institutions, 3 Okanagan, Merritt, Kamloops, Selkirk, and College of the Rockies, Regional Alliance for Rural Health, ended up, I think, running its course, but they developed stories like you're looking to. They went to communities, they reached out, they raised a lot of energy. I think out of that, United Way ended up paying more attention to us, and that's big money. And we also, I believe, have healthy aging in part because of that kind of academic research push that went into it to get people talking to each other. So I see real benefit. The leveraging of local government money was minimal money, got lots of money from SHRC, and you're looking to my tax, which can also be pretty generous. So Jamie, when you talk about 5 local governments, how broadly is this being done? And are you tying into which other post-secondary institutions are you working with?
Great question. For this specific project, because we are focused in the West Kootenay region, so Cascar, Nelson, and Trails, kind of the core focus, when I really want to encourage the rural communities that feed into that and surrounding to be more active in this project. So that's kind of the focus. I do have really good communications with Okanagan College, and I've had conversations with UBC Okanagan and their homelessness team. They're not directly attached to this specific project because we're local, but we have regular communications with folks to help share knowledge. I've also reached out to the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness and really starting to engage with them. So bringing in lots of external to the region bodies. So it'll feed in and out knowledge, but they're not a direct partner, any other post-secondaries on this specific project as of this moment. But we're very open to that as always. Like Okanagan College joined us on the current project partway through the project last year.
Thank you. Director Lockwood, and then Newell, Page, Vandenberg, McLaren Co. and
very quickly, thank you through the chair. Your picture on your current project stats, the 2 ladies standing in there are from UVic. This is a Selkirk College. Are we not using Selkirk College students to do this?
Great question. They are Selkirk College students. We have a partnership with UVic for our nursing program to do their bachelor's program. Yeah.
Thank you.
Director Newell.
Thank you. The power of stories is come home to me this week as I've done a bit of research on housing, and I think I'll focus it this way. My question. The gross increase that you noted over the last 7 years is really quite alarming. I wonder if you have statistics or perception on the growth in demographics, and I'm very specific because I am a senior, the growth in seniors' homelessness. If I had more time, I'd share a story that happened last week of a 68-year-old losing his house due to a fire and being in a shelter. But I'll just leave it at that for now.
Thanks for that question, Director Newell. The point in time count for Nelson, once it's published and released, and that's another group that organized that, I think will have some great information on it. I don't have it in front of me. I know when we've engaged with folks that are unhoused, we do collect some age demographics as well. I just don't have it in front of me right now. It's definitely a piece of it. And what's interesting, which is the nature of the topic, because it's so complex, is there's a whole spectrum of houselessness. There's folks that are chronically unhoused that we see on our streets, but there's provisionally accommodated. They're couch surfing, they're in between places. And so it's really, there's so many different ways you could look at it to grab that information. It does exist in some capacities, and maybe those are opportunities for us to dig in that more and look at stories from folks that are seniors and see what's different for them versus different age brackets. So we have opportunities to explore those types of questions.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you. Director Page, go ahead.
I'm just going to provide a note for looking into later and then ask the question here. On the point in time, I've received concern just as we have brought more facilities online because it's capturing housing need. It is also still counting. People say we bring on 28 units, 15 people go into those 28 units of temporary shelter. They're still being counted because there's still on the very bottom of the spectrum in a point in time. So we need to find a way there to measure that we've implemented solutions and people are in less housing need than they were before. They're still in housing need, but there's a concern there that that number captures quite a large amount of people looking and struggling, but it's not outright unshelteredness. So it's hard to implement solutions and then not see that number react from a decision-making perspective. My question is, as much as homelessness and encampments and addiction issues have manifested or concentrate in Nelson, what is the pitch to the rural area as this is an issue affecting the population of the regional district and whether or not services are delivered? How do we get to a place where people feel comfortable to invest in the interventions of health here without feeling that they're going to be drawing a problem to their communities or that a problem exists in a community and it's not part of their problem because it's not where it's manifesting?
So much complexity within even that question, Dr. Page. And so again, it's like some of the things that come to mind to me is the fact that so the current project was focused on the 3 municipalities and the regional districts are part of it. I kept hearing the need and desire for what about the rural areas? We're experiencing it too, where they come in and focus in. So I think it's just really important to have regional district perspectives and the rural outside of the 3 municipalities at the table sharing exactly what you're talking about or what maybe those perceptions or what's happening. Because we need to hear that to understand it better so that we can explore what the truth is. Is the perception real or is it just a perception that, maybe there's information or other stories can address? And it was interesting because just at the recent ENCO meeting that I was participating in, I got to hear this really cool exchange that happened where there was some stories told that help address kind of what you're talking about, where there was a perception about service, a way that services are, and then a story was told about a person's individual experience, and that really quickly settled the tone of that perception that had happened. It was like, oh, okay, that's not there. And so that's what this project is about, surfacing those stories and providing that information to both help identify what's important to regional districts and the rural areas and learn what's going on. And so we can that's part of the design piece, is deciding what are we looking at with the stories? What are we allowing folks to, or not allowing, what's the coding that folks are going to tell when they're telling the stories so that we can look at all these different angles as to what's important to help support decision making. So I was kind of a non-answer, but I think it touches on some of those pieces because it is complex.
Thank you. Director Vandenberg.
Great, thank you through the chair, and thank you, Jamie. My question is, and I do have a couple, but I'm going to get to just the one. Are you monitoring actions in assisting mental health and homelessness in other jurisdictions like Alberta's program?
Yeah, we're always looking for information to be fed in, and have folks that bring it in. For this project, it's about hearing the stories. Like the proposed project is about hearing what's happening here. But then the opportunity is if mental health is the big thing, then we can turn that into, try to encourage a student project to explore it or feed information in. If there's a gap, we can identify that and bring it in. And so, yes, we're always open to learning all the different information. And that's part of having these partnerships with the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness and participating in a lot of these other organizations so that we can continuously learn at these good practices that are happening elsewhere that we could potentially scale across here.
Thank you, Jamie. So we are at time now. I really appreciate your presentation. We do have your correspondence under 4.2. So a director might pull it and discuss it again then and perhaps make a decision or not. We'll see. You're welcome to stay. Thank you so much. It's always good to see you, Jamie.
Thank you so much for your time and all your questions.
And thank you for your work. Sorry, I meant to mention that too.
No problem. Thank you.
Have a great day.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, directors, and I do apologize, I forgot our delegations were now 20 minutes, but we went to an hour. So bear with me while I try. Those were big conversations. So we are going to continue. All right. So committees and commissions, 3.111, Director Jackman.
Yep, thank you. This one's pretty straightforward. I'll vote. Move the board appoint the following individual to the Greendale Commission for term during December 31st, 2026. Jim Donald.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you, Hewitt. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Great. Thank you.
This next one is not so straightforward.
Yes.
The first recommendation just doesn't belong at the board. That is a staff decision, so I'm not sure, CEO or chair, no action. No action.
The chair moved on to the second recommendation.
First and second recommendation, though, I do move that the board appoint the following individual to the Greendale Commission, term end December 31st, 2026, Susan Downing.
Second? Thank you, DeBoon. Discussion?
Just some of these people grew up and used to go to the elementary school, which we now own, went away, had huge careers, now they're back. This is one of those people.
Oh, we'll just finish this one. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Sorry, we'll just sidebar here. 1 second. Okay. So we're good. Acknowledging Susan went to school there. Good stuff. 3.1.2 West Resource Recovery.
Thank you, Chair. The West Resource Recovery Committee, in consideration of taxation reduction, has moved the following recommendation: that the board authorize staff to plan the permanent closure of Windlaw Recycling Depot in 2025.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Dr. Len? Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor?
It's participants only, Chair.
Yes, participants only. Thank you. You agree? You agree? That's West. All right. Anybody opposed? Okay, thanks. 3.1.3 to 3.1.5 are just received for information. No action in those. 3.1.6 West Transit. Director McFadden.
Participants waited, the draft 2025 financial plan for Plan Valley North Shore Transit Service S238 for the February special budget board meeting.
We have a second. Thank you, Jackman. Participants only discussion. Participants in favor. Anybody opposed? All right, thank you. Item removed for CSAC. I guess we'll see those in February. Joint Resource Recovery Committee, 3.1.8. Director Popoff, back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. After considerable deliberation yesterday, the Joint Resource Recovery came up with the following recommendations, which I will move. The first recommendation is that the Resource Recovery Facilities Regulatory Bylaw number 2961, 2025 be read a first, second, and third time by content to repeal and replace Resource Recovery Facility is Regulatory Bylaw number 2905, 2023.
Second, Jackman, thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried? Third motion.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And the second recommendation, I believe all of these are all voted except the last one, which is all vote. Wait. So the second one is that the Resource Recovery Facilities Regulatory Bylaw number 2961, 2025 be adopted and the chair and corporate officer be authorized to sign the same.
Second. Thank you, Maine. All those in favor? Opposed?
The third recommendation is that the Resource Recovery Facilities Regulatory Amendment Bylaw number 311, 2025 with updated tipping fee alignment with the proposed tipping fee cost recovery objectives on a 3-year schedule be read a first, second, and third time with content to amend Resource Recovery Facilities Regulatory Bylaw 2961.
Second. Thank you, Jackman. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Director Pike, if you could please use the chat. I won't see your, I've got like 30 screens up. So you.
I'm sorry. Could I have my no vote recorded, please? Thank you.
Yes. opposed, for Fike?
Number 4,
Or number 3?
or number 3, sorry.
Yeah. And sorry, 1 second, I'm just gonna note that, opposed, Fike. Thank you.
Okay, recommendation number 4, all vote that the Resource Recovery Facilities Regulatory Amendment Bylaw number 3011/2025 with updated tipping fees aligned with the proposed tipping fee cost recovery objectives on a 3-year schedule be adopted, and that the chair and the corporate officer be authorized to sign the same.
Thank you. Second. Thank you. All those in favor? And Director Fike, do you want to be opposed on adoption as well then?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And the 5th recommendation, all votes weighted, that the board approve the RDCK enter into a consulting services agreement with Massey Environmental Consultants for the Resource Recovery Environmental Monitoring Program for the period of January 31st, 2025 to March 31st, 2028, with the option for up to 2 one-year extensions. And further, that as part of the agreement, Massey Environmental Consultants will subcontract ALS Canada Limited to provide laboratory services for the duration of the consulting services agreement for the Resource Recovery Environmental Monitoring Program. And further, that the total cost for the 3-year contract period be paid from the following service. 186 East Resource Recovery, $139,000 and $139,365.50. S187 Central Resource Recovery Waste Service, not to exceed $212,880.71. The first one was not to exceed that amount also. So 188 West Resource Recovery Waste Service, not to exceed $95,966.27. A119 East Resource Recovery Compost Service, not to exceed $18,009.55. 120 Central and West Resource Recovery Compost Service, not to exceed $44,731.81.
Thank you. That's good. We've all got the motion. Thank you. Do we have a second?
Sure.
Thank you. And discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
I guess I owe you $2 for that phone ringing.
It's 5 this year. No, it's fine. Go ahead. It's all good. Keep going.
Okay, recommendation number 6, all vote weighted. That the board approve the proposed subsidies and supports for the industrial, commercial, and institutional organic diversion pilot program within the city of Nelson, including a pilot reduction in commercial organic tipping fees from $96.75 per ton to $55 per ton. Provision of education and training support for participating businesses. Development of a communications program to promote and support the pilot. Rebates up to 2 organic waste carts for their first 25 participating businesses. And further, that $8,500 be included in the draft 2025 to 2029 financial plan for Service 187 Central Subregion Resource Recovery to fund portions of the communications program materials that were specific to the city of Nelson and rebates for the organic waste carts. And further, that $4,000 be included in the draft 2025 to 2029 financial plan for allocation service A102 resource recovery to fund portions of the communications program materials that are more general and can be utilized in future pilot programs.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you. I just wanted to clarify one thing on this one. We did talk to Matt yesterday regarding the program being within the city of Nelson, and he indicated it was not limited to the city of Nelson. It was within the areas around the area. So I'm just wondering if including within the city of Nelson should be removed through to staff.
Just one correction there. I did not read, it was on the other page, and other communities.
Yeah, that's fine. So the motion's a bit contradictory to start it out as within the city of Nelson and in other communities. So can I propose a friendly amendment that within the city of Nelson is removed? Just to staff, if Uli is there or anyone, does anyone, 1 second page. Uli, are you there?
I'm there. So the request is to remove City of Nelson from the resolution.
Just the first paragraph where it says within the city of Nelson, the motion ends with a contradictory note of other communities.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just gonna see if I get a second on that amendment. Thank you, Maine. Paige, go ahead.
Yeah, just because we had this conversation yesterday, I had heard that part of this is about trying to get a route going. So there's a geospatial component to this, is what I would have heard out of that. So is it Nelson and area, or the greater Nelson area, or the Nelson and district? Like, it does seem it's not going to be beyond Castlegar and Preston for a route. There's something about it being localized, you know. Not.
It's just not limited to. So go ahead, Uli.
It is certainly limited to, I think clearly the discussion was the central sub-region for starters. I don't know that we have the same buy-in yet from West and East. And there was the local component, the restriction, and I don't know if that needs to be part of the resolution, but certainly the component that the hauler that offered these rates will limit where they will be able to offer these rates because of distances, right? So, and critical mass of customers. So it's by nature limited to the city of Nelson and outlying areas at this point.
Thank you. And we do have a bit of a speakers list. I think what I made it an amendment, Ange, because I didn't want to just change it without the discussion. But I do think it would be better worded as in and around the city of Nelson. So I'm not trying to exclude. I'm just saying it's not inclusive, or sorry, exclusive of other communities. So I'm going to just go back to my seconder.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, so currently the amendment is in and around the city of Nelson to replace within the city of Nelson. We good with that? So that's the amendment on the floor right now. I've got you, Jackman, go ahead.
So that would occur in two places, is also in the first and further.
Right.
It's not that are specific to the city of Nelson, that are specific to the region in and around the city of Nelson.
Does that work?
Through the chair, I'd have to go to Uli on that to see if the communication, because I'm just, that $8,500, is that for communications for the entire program, or is it communications just for the city of Nelson, for the entire program?
The communication budget, if I may, Chair,
yes,
is largely to create the communication material that then can be used in other areas. And that was the reason why we felt that there's a component that all benefit from. But initially, the focus here is to use that communication material in the Nelson and surrounding areas. When and if this is successful, then we will come back to your group to expand that to other municipalities initially, again, because of the critical nature of having enough businesses to make this work. So here the intent is to try that in Nelson, hoping to have success here and then expand out from there. The materials are created and will be usable in other areas.
Thank you. Okay, so that captures that as well, Dr. Jackman. So Director Newell, on the amendment.
Speaking of contradictions, I think by saying Nelson and area is contradictory to what the pilot is, which is within the city of Nelson. So I need some help in supporting the amendment when it's pretty clear this is for right now the city of Nelson, this pilot. The second or the last clause or phase was spread out to be a more generally funded aspect because part of the communication development will apply to other areas eventually. So I don't know if it's a big thing to say Nelson and area, but I want to be cautious that it's not contradictory. We did say it was for Nelson. So, but I might be wrong. So I wonder, Chair, if we could get staff to just help me a bit.
Uli, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this discussion is actually necessary. I'm scratching my head to think of a business outside of the city of Nelson limits within the proximity to the city that is really our target in regards to food waste. I'm thinking about, is there any restaurants or any other facilities that are near the city limits that we would really be targeting as part of this program? So I'm not sure if the discussion is even necessary.
I'm just going to go to Lockwood and indicate my understanding yesterday was that it's going to be based on where the haulers see the business. So I'm just trying to identify, it's not limited. Should it be available? Should there be a business outside of it? It's really the haulers driving this and where the business case is. So Lockwood.
Thank you. Through the chair to Uli. Maybe it's not in existence anymore, but there was a restaurant just on the other side of the bridge, the Orange Bridge, Bob, that is in, not in Nelson, is in
The other side of Bob is Nelson, yeah.
Oh, the other side. Oh, okay. So that's within Nelson. So
Thank you. Just, I think closing on the amendment, what I'm stating is we're not, Nelson's still in there. We're just not excluding that it's limited to the jurisdiction of Nelson, should it be available or a business within that tertiary area that it would work for. So that's the proposed amendment. Further discussion on the amendment.
So,
oh, Papa.
Yeah, I do have a question. Does that amendment also include the first and further, where it says specific to the city of Nelson?
Yeah, we included, we made an adjustment.
Thank you.
Capturing that. Okay, all those in favor of the amendment? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Amendment passes. Anyone opposed? Okay, amendment passes. Motion as amended. All those in favor? Thank you. Anybody opposed? Sorry, it's calling pop off on that one yesterday. Don't forget you're opposed. Thank you. And you have one more motion. Go ahead.
And moving right along, the seventh recommendation is that the board directs staff to investigate the feasibility of implementing an industrial, commercial, and institutional organics disposal ban, and to return to the committee in Q3 2025 with a framework for implementing a disposal ban for discussion.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you. Weatherhead, discussion. Cunningham, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I'm not opposed to the proposal, although it sounds like if they're supposed to investigate the feasibility, then suppose the feasibility says it's not a good idea, then why should the rest of the recommendation follow in line that we implement? In other words, if you're investigating feasibility, you're investigating feasibility. It may be yes or no, but it can't have implement. Perhaps if we add the word if positive, we implement. Would that be a friendly amendment?
I think it's inherent in, as you said, the feasibility, but if someone wants to do that, you're welcome to.
I would suggest implement or not a disposal ban. Very simple.
Okay. Who moved that? Oh, you moved it.
Yes.
Friendly amendment. Okay. After implement, just or not.
Implement them or not.
Yeah. Not the best grammar, but we get the point. Further discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I'd like to be recorded.
Opposed? Recorded opposed, Lockwood.
Oh, sorry.
And McFadden? And McFadden.
I was doing amendment and then I realized that you didn't have to.
It was friendly, yeah.
I know, I realized that after, so that's why.
Sorry. Okay, so we have recorded opposed Lockwood and McFadden on this motion. We're good. So we'll do the membership and then we're gonna take our morning break before we get into correspondence. Just thank you, Weatherhead, not McFadden. You are moving 3.2?
Yes.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Discussion? Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried? Okay, so we'll do our 10-minute morning break and then we'll come back. You cool down there? Paige Cunningham, we're started. Thank you. Main one. Thank you. Are we unmuted? Great. All right. Back at it. We have everybody. I see David off, Newell, Fike, and Graham. Is Graham there? Yep. Okay, great. Oh, hi, Graham. There you go. Thank you. Okay, we're on correspondence. We have 4.1, 4.2, 4.3.
Look through the chair, we need to address 3.2 membership.
We did that.
Or did we? Sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you for working on the wording on the previous one, which is probably why you missed that one. Okay, so I do know Director Davidoff is working on a motion for 4.1 for next month. Just as an FYI, thank you for working with CAO on that one, Director Davidoff. Does anyone want to pull any of these correspondence? Vandenberg and then Lund, can you write that down, please? Vandenberg,
Well, correct me if I'm
one?
wrong, but I think 4.2, there's an ask.
Yeah. So you'll pull that one?
Yes.
Okay, it's not required. This is where we get to choose, so that's fine.
And for clarification, if you don't pull it to discuss it, it automatically is assumed that it's a go.
No. Nothing's a go until the board makes a motion.
So when does it then, when does it then come to the table for some action?
Right now, you get to choose if you want to act on it by pulling it and making a motion or not.
Okay, then I choose not to.
So you're not pulling 4.2?
No.
Okay, Vandenberg off the list. Lund was next. Can you put Maine down, please? Lund, go ahead.
Yeah, just pulling 4.1 to share out where we had a conversation at our council table. Village of Slocan has resolved to participate in the Sue Big Oil campaign, and council wanted to share out and encourage the RDCK to participate as well.
Okay, thank you. So let's just go chronologically then on 4.1 because it's been pulled. Maine was next. Was that on 4.1 or 4.2? 4.2. Okay, hold Maine for 4.2. Paige, go ahead.
Is 4.1 the ask here, or they said that they're sending another ask? We're gonna debate that.
4.1, if you read the letter, is a letter from the Village of Slocan encouraging us to do so. So you can pull that to discuss it as Director Lund did. Can I finish what I'm saying and let's not speak over each other? Deep breath. It just makes it really confusing for people online if we're both speaking. So Lund has pulled it to give us her info from the Village of Slocan. What I had indicated earlier is I'm aware Dr. Davidoff is working on a motion for February. So we can either discuss the correspondence now, which relates to the delegation, or we can wait for the motion in February or both. So back to you.
But the delegation did put their own ask in.
Yes.
They did.
It's part of the delegation presentation.
Okay.
Thank you. So further on 4.1, Davidoff, go ahead. Is it 4.1?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thanks for stating that. I've been working with the delegation on this and basically trying to figure out, and I've submitted a draft motion to the CAO and to Angela, and that will be vetted by staff, and I would appreciate it being vetted by the executive committee as well before it hits the public. I think it's important that we do that properly. It's already with staff, and then we'll go to the agenda committee for review as well. So basically, that's done. And I've also prepared a list of all the reasons why something like this should be pursued. So I've been working on this for some time.
Thank you. So then that will be a motion we would see at the February agenda, on the February agenda. Okay. Anything further on 4.1? Vandenberg on 4.1.
Only based on Director Davidoff's comments. Is part of that also going to receive a legal opinion on and all that?
We don't currently have the motion in front of us, so I think it depends on when we see that next month.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. On 4.2, Director Main.
Yes, on 4.2, and I would propose that we send a letter in support and consider separately the monetary ask.
Do you perhaps have a motion crafted?
No, I don't. I would have to do it.
We can table it and you can get your motions together and we can come back to it.
You bet.
Does that work, Angela? Yeah. Okay. So it's a motion, correct? Would be postponed. Let's postpone 4.2. Okay. After verbal reports, does that work? Okay. A second. Jackman, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. So 4.2 after verbal reports. Can you remind me of that? Thank you. We're good with 4.3. It's just information we're being updated with, so no one's pulling anything else. Alrighty. Bylaw 3010. You want to quickly remind us on this one, CAO?
Sure, through the chair. So annually, we ask the board to approve a temporary loan bylaw. What this does is it just helps us with cash flow because obviously our revenue comes in on August 1st. If there's a month or so where we're short, we don't want to overdraw on our bank account. It's cheaper for us to take a loan out from the MFA. So this authorizes up to $5 million to be drawn on that. And it's inconsistent whether we need it or not based on what's happening with capital projects and such each year.
Jackman, go ahead.
I will move for second and third reading, and then I have a question or comment.
Do I have a second? To Boone, go ahead with your question or comment.
Yeah, it's just a little thing, and in the bylaw, it states it'll be signed by the chair and treasurer of the regional district, which I pointed out to Stuart. And at some point, we need to fix that. I went back a couple of years just to see where it was then and couldn't find one of these, so I thought it's a little definition that either has to be added or we just change it to corporate officer, I guess.
We don't need a motion to change that. Well, Mike, can we just get that to Mike?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Good catch. Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And the motion for adoption?
Sure, move adoption.
Thank you. Second. Thank you, Hewitt. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, water service establishment and taxation amendments. Anyone at Water Services Committee should be familiar with this. Do we have questions or do we want to start with motions? Do we have who for staff is on this one? Is it Uli?
Yep.
Or Chris? Uli. Okay. Uli, just want to check in. You're there as we start the water services bylaw amendments. Thank you. So questions or motions to the table? Anybody? Belfort. Director Graham, do you want to start with Belfort?
Sorry, I was having a little trouble with my audio there. I think I've got it back.
We can hear you now. No problem.
Okay, thank you. That the Belfort Water Service Establishment Bylaw number 2989/2024 is hereby adopted, and the chair and corporate officer be authorized to sign the same.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you. All those in favor?
Sorry. Through the chair. Director Graham has to provide us with a letter of consent before we can go forward with adoption. At this time, we don't have that letter.
Oh, okay. Did you hear that?
Okay, sorry.
Are you able to respond to that letter of consent before the end of the meeting and we can postpone this one?
Can Angela resend it to me? I'm sorry, I've been away.
And I know you're not well either, thanks to the plane trip. So can we take a motion to postpone this one?
Through the chair, if she provides consent right now and then when I sign.
Oh, it doesn't have to be. So sorry, Director Graham, if you just indicate consent now, that works.
Okay, I indicate consent now.
Okay, you got it?
Yes, and I'll send her the letter to just.
Okay, and Anne's just gonna resend the letter just so you have it for your records. And so that's been done. The motion's already on the floor. Can I just complete the vote?
Yeah.
All right, anybody opposed? All right, thank you for that. Do we have any others that we need to confirm consent before we move forward on? Okay, thank you. You can stay unmuted. Go ahead, Director Graham, you have another one.
That the Balfour Water Service Parcel Tax Amendment Bylaw number 2990/2025 be read a first, second, and third time by content.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you, Jackman. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried, and go ahead with your adoption.
That the Balfour Water Service Parcel Tax Amendment Bylaw number 2990/2025 is hereby adopted and the chair and corporate officer be authorized to sign the same.
Thank you. Second. Thank you, Hannah Graf. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you, Director Graham. Duhamel, Director Newell, go ahead.
I think I'm unmuted. So resolution number 4 states that the Duhamel Water Service Establishment Amendment Bylaw 2991/2024 is adopted.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you, DeBoon. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Go ahead with your next one, Director Newell.
Yes, and so resolution 5, the Duhamel Water Parcel Tax Amendment Bylaw 2992/2025 be read first, second, and third time.
Thank you. Second. Thank you, Hannah Graf. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And for adoption, go ahead.
Yeah, and said bylaw 2992 for adoption.
Second. Thank you, Hannah Graf. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Burton, go ahead, Director Weatherhead.
That the Burton Water Service Establishment Amendment Bylaw 2993 be adopted and Chair Corporate Officer authorized to sign.
Second. Thank you, Jackman. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Number 8, that the Burton Water Service Parcel Tax Amendment Bylaw 2994/2025 be read first, second, and third time by content.
Thank you. Second. Thank you, Hannah Graf. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Number 9, that the Burton Water Service Parcel Tax Amendment Bylaw 2994/2025 is hereby adopted and the Chair Corporate Officer be authorized to sign the same.
Thank you, Hannah Graf. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And back to you, Director Jackman.
All vote, move the Randall Water Supply and Distribution System Local Service Establishment Bylaw Amendment number 2995/2020. That would be 2024, 2025, that should be.
Yeah.
Is hereby adopted. Chair and Corporate Officer authorized to sign.
Second. Thank you, Hannah Graf. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. You got that date correction, Ange? It should be 2025, not 2024. Yeah, thank you. Go ahead, Director Jackman.
Move Rideau Waterfront Tax Amendment Bylaw 2996/2025 be read first, second, third time.
Thank you, Hannah Graf. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
And then item 12, all vote weighted and move adoption.
Thank you. Second. Thank you, DeBoon. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Through the chair.
Yes.
The Ryandale Water Services, the service establishment one is supposed to be 2024 because the 3 readings were in December.
Okay. So we'll just put that back to a 4. All right. No need to do anything. Thank you, Ange. I will move that the Woodbury Water Service Establishment Amendment Bylaw 3000/2024 is hereby adopted. Chair and Corporate Officer to sign. Thank you, Hewitt. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And I will move all vote weighted. 14, the Woodbury Water Service Parcel Tax Amendment Bylaw 3001, 2025 be read for second and third. Thank you, Hewitt. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And I'll move 15, the Woodbury Water Services Parcel Tax Amendment be adopted. Thank you, Hewitt. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And Senka.
I move the Sanko Water Park Service Parcel Tax Amendment Bylaw number 2998-25 be read for second, third time by content.
Second. Thank you, Hanegraaff. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Move adoption on that item.
Thank you. Second. Thank you, DeBoon. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, bylaw 2975. We can either take questions or move the motion. This is to formally establish the committee that manages the conservation service. We've been informally meeting since the conservation service started. Vandenberg, you have a question?
Yes, I do. A little bit of clarity around, there's no background on this. And so just a reminder, what does the Conservation Society Committee do and who does it pertain to?
Staff for me.
So through the chair, it's areas A, D, E, H, there's A, D, E, F, and H. And it's the local conservation fund service that they participate in. It's a parcel tax driven service, which raises funds for conservation projects. We have a consultant who does the vetting of the project applications every year. And then this committee meets to determine the funding of those projects. And it's been an informal process until now. So this formally establishes it as a committee of the board, which would then have open meetings and make recommendations to the board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I move the recommendation.
Thank you, Popoff. Do we have a second?
Sure.
Thank you. And discussion, Jackman?
So this is an addendum item and maybe not the time to wordsmith, just a flag for staff. Under item 4, it applies committee shall meet once a year and it goes on to say complete review of proposed projects, but the committee shall meet once or more a year because there's another function. So there's some, you know, if you take that very literally and definitively, the committee does one thing once a year versus you go, oh, it's not quite. So hopefully, whether you do it by email or staff notes, it's now a little bit of cleanup required there before we get the third reading and adoption.
Thank you. Nelson, I did see you turn on your camera. Did you hear that from Director Jackman? Okay, so Director Jackman, can you repeat yourself, please? I'm sorry. Can you hear us okay, Nelson? I can see you speaking, but I don't hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Okay, your sound is not very good if you do need to speak.
Suggest, can you just send me?
No, that did not help.
And through the chair, for the participating directors in the service, if you do have comment on the bylaw, I think that, you know, take a review of it and send notes to Nelson and you can incorporate them in there. I've noticed a few just small typos as well myself when looking through this. Definitely needs some updating, and I've made a note of Director Jackman's comments, so I can pass it on as well.
Okay, and it is only second reading.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jackman, and then I've got Graham. I got you, Graham. Thank you.
To follow up for workflow, if I can say what I need to see now or not do emails later, I got other stuff to do more on the next day, just to staff. So when it states purpose and it's one thing in one meeting, that overrides the purpose is defined below. So 2 things, I want the purpose to be clarified and expanded, and then staff make sure they have a little closer look like the rest of us have. And did I not need to do another email necessarily? Because, as I said, I got other stuff to do that is not captured here. It just becomes wearisome. So thanks.
Thank you. Director Graham, go ahead.
Thank you. So really just a question here, because the bylaw is saying that the committee is going to review and evaluate these projects, but the review and evaluation is actually done by a subcommittee. And that subcommittee brings their report forward. And I'm just wondering where this subcommittee fits into this bylaw.
It's a good catch. The technical review committee, I think, should be referenced as they do the review based on technical review. And then we do review them as well. So if we can get some language that addresses the technical review committee and then our role more specified, but broad enough that it can include things like when we review the terms of reference or the bylaw or the actual guiding principles of the service. Is that all? Did you catch all that? Okay. Okay, Graham, so we should, next month, let's just make sure we read that revised bylaw. It's not for adoption today. But up to second reading, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Okay. Yes, go ahead, Director David, off on 6.1 and then Jackman as well.
Yes, Chair. I just have a question about the use of the LGCAP funding to staff.
Go ahead.
Thank you. We just had a delegation to the Sioux Big Oil delegation here. I have submitted a motion, a draft director's motion for staff to vet and for the agenda committee to vet. But I'm just wondering, is it possible to utilize LGCAP money to fund lawsuits against super polluters through the chair to staff?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair. I haven't read anything to say otherwise, but I would have to confer with the province to make sure that it wasn't beyond the scope of LGCAP funding.
Supplemental, Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, could the staff need a direction or a motion then to follow up with the funders, or is this just direction then?
Direction to staff, I see nodding.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Chair, I have a question, if I may.
Can I put you on the speakers list?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Jackman, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. So you've outlined two sets of concerns. One's super minor, but it is impactful. And then I'm actually looking to refer, but I will welcome comment from my colleagues first. One is a very kind of minor discrepancy or result of an amendment in the January 30th report, where we actually changed the allocation, proposed allocation of LGCAP funding for the mobility group. So we can't just take an older report and say we're going to fix something in a budget or in a work plan for 3 years out. But there's little subtleties. Much more impactful than that is we saw a draft budget for the CSLAC Service S105 that had an unanswered gap at the time we asked, and we won't see any answers. Apparently now I'm advised until February 21st. I am highly concerned that through the process of taking money and flowing a great deal of it through to other parties who are doing work on our collective behalf for our constituents, we've made commitments to do other work. And when I looked at that budget at a gross level, it appears to me as though maybe we've committed to do work that we haven't budgeted for in 2025 or 2026, some of these projects in 2 years. I am highly reluctant to say we have flexible money under S100, if we can ask the board to move money to S105 to do future things for 3 years, when we haven't come to terms with whether or not we've dug a hole in S105 already. Maybe if we're granted LGCAP funds at the pleasure of the board to go to S105, we need to use those funds to fill in some of the obligations we made in respect to mapping, safer water initiatives, with respect to communications, with respect to whatever else we've committed to under grants which have not fully covered our obligation. So we really need to refer this to, I really can see a full budget for S105, and then the board can understand what are they giving away our common money to. Is it for future things or is it for the past or current obligations?
Thank you. And just to clarify, S105 is sustainability.
Sustainability.
So I think we'll continue the speakers list, but then we'll come back to you to see if we would all agree on that. Paris, did you have any response at this time, or staff? More budget?
No, through the chair, I think that suggestion is quite reasonable also. Yeah.
Thank you. McFadden?
Great. Yeah, thank you, Director Jackman. Some of the similar thoughts I had. Other thought I had is 60% of it's going to community sustainability. I'm assuming that's the committee.
That's 105.
Okay. That is probably my bigger concern, is we don't all sit at the table. And so that's a pretty big chunk of money to be going to a table where not all 20 directors sit at. And that would be my biggest concern. I have some other little concerns, a bit about like practicality of like, you can use this money for some pretty practical things, including like emergency management stuff and stuff like that. And it seems like a lot of this is around like studies and thoughts and what we may be able to do instead of some of our practical needs that we have day to day. And I know like at the municipality, we use it for a lot of very practical stuff that accomplishes today's goals, not necessarily just thinking of the future. So those would just be my thoughts on it and some of my concerns. Thanks.
Thank you. Dan, I saw you put your camera on. Is there something you wanted to comment, or are you just available? Okay. Sorry? Oh, Paris, just so you know, I do not see hands, but thank you. Angela, I see you. Go ahead. Paris, go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, I thought it was going to Angela. Yes, thank you through the chair. Just a note of clarification that the allocations is to departments across the RDCK. It's not to subcommittees. So community sustainability, it includes both emergency management, fire smart, and the sustainability efforts that include ideas for climate action. So it's not directed to S105. It's directed to many services.
Thank you. That's actually a correction. I was erred in that. Community sustainability is a department. My bad. We also have a sustainability service that I am the next speaker. So I'm going to go ahead and speak to something you mentioned, Director McFadden, it is a challenging service because we don't all participate in it, but all of the projects within it are generally pretty regional, even if they're just Quartz Creek watershed assessments or Creston area watershed assessments that become very much a regional approach to things. So that's a bigger governance question, but it is something that I really struggle with. When it comes to the LGCAP funding, what I do have concerns with is that, especially in the agricultural and food section, and I'm just kind of looking at staff on this one, a lot of what is mentioned in there is being done by other organizations. And now that we're seeing the detail around how would we approach that, I see research, I see pilots, I see business studies. I don't want us to replicate and put money into things that other entities are doing that have already demonstrated success. I don't want us to repeat the wheel. I feel like that's very inefficient use of funding, especially when you add in the context of emergency management and all the things we do have to deal with. I would be much more supportive of the ag and food money, either being that's how we fund Food Policy Council, Kootenay Boundary Farm Advisors, the other entities working in irrigation specifically, to see that funding go to them opposed to using taxation, and or redirecting that to our very essential needs under emergency management, water system management, things like that. So I don't want us repeating the wheel. I feel like we're getting a little redundant in some of that work. And so that would be my input. Yes. Just looking, Paris, I'll just look to you if you want to respond, just go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, great point. And no, so in all these areas, we haven't had a chance to, well, we have had a chance. We are in the process of moving them forward through discussion with either the departments that are responsible or in this case, Central Kootenay Food Policy Council or Kootenay Boundary Farm Advisors to understand where the priorities are and how to best develop business cases that really justify action and spending in these areas. So these are the ideas as they were presented. They, as they come to the board, you will see them updated and linked to all existing initiatives. And so, yes, our intent is not to repeat the wheel or redo any efforts, but more build on and leverage current efforts.
Thank you. I'll just indicate when we were a part of the initiation of the Central Kootenay Food Policy Council for new directors, that actually came to us as, do we want to develop that as an RD service or should it be its own entity? And at the time, it was really determined that it as its own entity gives it a lot more freedom. It's not restricted to our governance boundaries. And it also spoke to, we don't have to be doing everything, but we can support the important things. So that's kind of the model that I'm still very much interested in, is in not, housing those within us, because there are entities able to do that work. And they can focus on their mandate, which can be quite different from ours. So that's just my comment. Papa.
Yeah, I'll pass.
Okay, Paige.
I agree in going to the list of actions and elevating the practical ones and having some containment around how much is going towards research. Appreciating that some amount should be going towards research. I agree with using the external entities and organizations, but also the leveraging piece, super important, that there are funds available and we're willing to commit them because it really changes the dynamic for them getting funding from the higher entities. So we do need to have pieces where we're supporting them practically. And yeah, I think it's pretty good. The only other thing with the plan, I know this was put out to public to answer questions. There are a lot of redundancies or higher level themes I see within the actions, especially around food and agriculture and then mapping. And I would hope we see an iteration of this particular document with time that starts to consolidate some of those pieces or forms business cases that capture multiple pieces, and we can lose a little bit of that fluff.
Thank you. I'm just going to see, staff, you're good. Do you have any further comment before I go back to Director Jackman? That's all.
This is, excuse me, it's Wayne Murphy calling in here. I just want to have a few things to say. Will you call on me at some point in time, or?
Public time is at 11:45.
Sorry, we have what? Time limit?
Public time is at 11:45.
Right. I want to comment on this meeting. I've had a hard time. I've been over an hour trying to get into the meeting here, trying to get information. So, but I do want to make some comments. Could I make them now, or do you call on people?
At 11:45, we will open it up to the public to make comments and ask questions.
Okay, I'm over in a different time zone. I'm at 11:54. I'm sorry. So I'll listen to you and then I'll do the 11:45. Sorry for interrupting. I just didn't know your process.
No problem. Thank you very much.
Okay.
If you can mute again, that'd be great. Thank you. Director Jackman, back to you.
Yeah, it's interesting because at home it's 11:57.
Yes.
So I would like to look through the chair to maybe CAO can answer this. I want to see us make as many decisions as possible in the near term so staff knows what they're doing, but I want to see all the budget stuff. Would this be best referred to the special board meeting to review the budget, or should it just simply go till March? Because this may not be as impactful as all the other conversations we're going to have on February 21st, which would make sense.
Yeah, through the chair, I think the March meeting might make the most sense right now, simply because even by the February 21st budget meeting, you'll have only seen an updated draft of the Service 105 budget. You wouldn't have had the point where you're finalizing something there. So I think that it probably makes more sense to bump it to March.
And we may have a chance if I chair to see some clarification because we do have a February slide.
That's right.
So I will move this important but nebulous issue be referred to March board.
Do we have a second? Thank you. That's second. On referral. Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And I do just want to check, if we have a CSLAC February meeting, can we not do the budget conversation at that point and not at the special budget meeting?
Yep, the chair, that's where it's going to go.
Great, thank you. Okay, AKBLG convention, Kimberly sponsorship. Anyone want to make a motion and ask a question? Paige? Go ahead. Oh, you're moving the motion? Yep. Do we have a second? Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, 6.2.2. I did have Director Newell on that one. Go ahead, Director Newell. Newell, are you good? Can you hear us? You're up.
I'm good. It's just it vanishes and then it doesn't. And all right, thanks. Sorry, just trying to get organized here. I couldn't find. So I wonder the process on changing the second bullet under local selection committees. I preface this by saying this is the method that Area F has used, even preceding me. But I have one change or two changes I need in that second bullet. Well, one I need and one I recommend. Should I just state them and then see what we do?
I just want to see that, Mike, are you following along? Yeah, Mike is in the room. Go ahead, Director Newell.
Great. Thanks for this. I think it's a good policy. And as I stated, Area F has been doing this preceding me. Director Mickle for sure had done it this way. I think the limiting it to 6 doesn't work for Area F because I have 2 fire chiefs, alternate director, myself, and then some citizens that have volunteered. And we have 2 sides to Area F, and I like to find balance in that way. So I would recommend that we include the maximum or increase the maximum to 10. So maybe I'll pause there just to see how realistic that statement is.
Mike, do you have a response?
No. It's a board decision, but yeah, it's realistic if that's what works for us. In writing this policy, you know, we don't we didn't have the opportunity to get detailed information from each of the 22 local selection processes. So the number 6 was thrown out there as, you know, what we thought would be reasonable, but if practically it works better for some areas to have more than that, that's fine to include within the policy.
And can I just clarify, it would be up to 10, so we're not also limiting ourselves in the numbers we have to get. Director Newell, am I following that? It'd be up to 10?
And a maximum of 10, as the exact wording is.
Okay, and you had a second, go ahead.
Yes, this might be nitpicking or whatever, but since we include the fire chiefs, and generally speaking, that's pretty simple. The fire chief lives in the area, and our Beasley fire chief does indeed live in the area. But our North Shore fire chief, the challenge in the North Shore is trying to find accommodation and hire a chief. And they may or may not be resident at a given point in time. And I just wonder if that's nitpicking and whether our North Shore Fire Chief, Tom Service, would be able to again sit on our committee if he were to put his name forward, but he has to kind of live in Nelson right now. So I just wonder if we can just kind of say, well, that's, you know, whatever. I just want Tom to be part of it. Our fire chiefs are valuable members of our committees.
Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's possible that, you know, we could change the wording there to say resident or work within the administrative area. The overall intent with that was really to just make sure there's a connection between that area and the people who are making decisions about funding them. But we can note that point and we can bring that back in the last policy.
What ahead? Newell, you're good?
That's perfect. Thanks very much.
Okay. And sorry, I should have indicated this is receiving input. This is not approval. So this is very much the time you can do that. And if you get missed, it's also something you can email in.
Could I just have a supplemental then?
If it's quick, we got a lot of speakers.
Yeah. Well, time is drawing nigh as well. So I guess it's still January. Hey, okay, never mind.
Okay, you might want to drop your video. You're frozen. I think you stopped speaking. Okay. Director Cunningham, go ahead. Oh, sorry, let's just check. Newell, you're good. I heard you. Okay. Sorry, Director Cunningham, go ahead.
I didn't have a question here.
Oh, okay. You're on the list. Pop off.
Yeah, thank you. On the selection committee, you know, actually 10 is a lot for a selection committee for a rural area or whatever. That generally meeting on Zoom, it will take quite a bit of time to go through the education. But if it's up to 10, then we as directors have the ability to say, hey, we only want 5 or 6 period. With that understanding, I would support something like that. But the other one, staff will prepare a web form for application to local selection committees. So is that the only place, and anybody that wants is going to be advertised in the paper or anything like that? That would be the first question that I have.
Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair, we will build in a period of time so that newspaper advertising can take place for that opportunity to, selection.
Okay, in consideration, the newspaper, Valley Voice is the newspaper for the Caslow and the Spokane Valley, and it only publishes once every 2 weeks, so to ensure that you meet the publication deadline for us to appoint those committee members so they can apply. And a follow-up on that question is, when they apply, you're gonna send the application forms to the directors to look at and choose who they want to be on their committee members?
Through the chair, as the policy is currently written, yes, that is the process.
Okay, so, if we have, for example, 20 applications and director chooses to only have 3 on the committee, that will not be contested, or I shouldn't say it would not be contested, but that would be appropriate for the director to do?
Through the chair, that is permissible, yes. Maybe it's important to just sort of know one of the key points around the program and the program here. So the RDCK, as we've discussed previously, is a bit of an outlier as a CBT delivery partner for this program. There's with the other delivery partners, they may have 1 or 2 processes. I think East Kootenay had 7 different processes. We have 22. We are administratively much larger than all of the other delivery partners, which creates some administrative challenges given the resource. We have 1 grants coordinator, and that grants coordinator has over 1,000 grants under active management at any given time. So our ability to prescribe detailed processes that reflect the variety of processes that happen in each of our administrative areas is pretty challenging. So the essence of this program is, and this comes directly from CT, is community decision making, right? So in designing this policy, we've tried to leave it as open as possible to reflect how the local selection committees and the award processes have worked within each community. So we're trying to basically, through this policy, just establish minimum standards, but there's still, how those processes are run and how the decisions are made are really made by those are for the local selection committees to determine. As long as things align with the policy after it's adopted, there's a lot of latitude that all of these processes will still have to reflect their community needs. Oh, pardon me, and just one more point of clarification here. Directors are recommending appointments. The appointments are made by the board.
Thank you.
Good, thank you.
Okay. Director Hewitt.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm on attachment A. Page 2, first bullet under local selection committee meetings. That bullet it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. If you could read it.
I've got it right here, actually. I'm just reading the same one.
Yeah.
First or second bullet.
The first bullet.
So local selection committees will hold a minimum of 1 public in-person meeting to solicit community input on the projects being considered for funding the local selection committee.
Yes.
So that needs to be a bit adjusted.
Yeah.
So I'm not following what needs to be adjusted there.
So under local,
funding the local selection committee.
Oh,
right? So
right.
it's
Oh,
not,
geez.
we're not funding the local selection committee.
right. My apologies, that's a typo. It should just be considered for funding.
Okay. So just strike those last. Okay. Perfect. And my other one is in attachment D. I know it's the CBT, the funding agreement, but I see the funding allocations has the CIP and AAF, is it gone? Because the reason I'm asking is because Director Watson and I have combined, so Caslow's allotment with the former CIP amount for Area D, but this only has Caslow and Area D separately. Am I now just running my own process and Director Watson will be doing one process for all Area D, or does the regional district do a further breakdown of those allocation amounts? So we can continue to do the same thing as in the past and any other area that has affected areas funding. Okay, is that? It's not.
Yes, the CBT agreement allocates the funds per area, the breakdown. So when the program changed from CIP to READY, they kept the funding formulas exactly the same. So the areas that previously received the affected areas programs continue to do so. Nothing changed internally with the calculation that we used to allocate those, because in some cases, like there's shared processes between areas. So the calculation has remained entirely the same, still the same amounts of funds.
All right, yeah, because that was making differences to our local selection committees and who we'd look at to choose for those. So thank you.
Director Lockwood.
Thank you, through the chair. So I could miss it in here, but I don't see where, as Director Newell said, is up to 10. We would like up to 2,000 because we don't have a committee. We have all of Salmon Area G, and I don't see how that is in here unless I'm missing it somewhere.
Yeah.
Because we do democracy. We don't make unless it's COVID time and we had to do it and it was the worst experience ever on me. I don't ever want to have to repeat that. I want our communities to 100% decide. So how does that fit in here, or is it in here somewhere and I just missed it?
Through the chair, so there's a requirement to have a local selection committee in place. If all that selection committee does is review the process from the direct democracy process that has historically been used in Area G and submit a recommendation to the board, that's fine, but there still needs to be that oversight there. There's no intention to change any of the historic processes that happened in the community, but there still needs to be, if you convened a local selection committee that had the minimum amount of members just to oversee the process and to make that recommendation to the board that reflects what the people have decided, that's totally fine.
Okay, if I could go further, thank you. So the Village of Salmo has always, and along with my fellow director, has always used the Village of Salmo staff to put out all the work and do all the work on it. And we have never been a part of any approving or anything. So how would that change in our area? I understand that now it's sounding like that we absolutely need to have this, but what are we overseeing?
Through the chair, essentially it would be overseeing the process and confirming the results and making the recommendation. And those local selection committees are now a requirement of the funding of the CBT. So we do have to have them in place. But this bill could be the complete minimal if that's what works best for your community.
Director Lockwood, it does say in the policy that for municipalities, councils can count as your committee. So if you're doing it through your council essentially and using staff, I believe that qualifies as your selection committee.
I guess I'm just saying is that we don't, as a community, ever decide. We let the community 100% decide. So it's.
Can you, I've got you on the list, Cunningham. Can you guys just, the selection committee is not.
We can talk offline.
Okay.
Thank you.
Weatherhead.
Thank you. Actually, that was not part of my question, so I will take that one offline. The other question I have is also under local selection committees. It was the third bullet down where and talking about that administrative area completely within a municipality. They could be all or part of a municipal council without appointed public members. Now, how does it work if it is a shared, between an area and a council, a municipality? Is there a limit to the amount of council members that sit on that selection committee to make it that there is just one from each that are the elected officials in that space? Or is there any limit on it? Because ours has had, the village has appointed council members, which alongside whomever is appointed. But then I'm just the only one from my area. So I was just wondering, I don't see anything in there around that. So how does it work with when it is shared as to how many council members can be on that committee?
Through the chair, as it stands now, the policy is silent on that. Again, in the interest of enabling the historic practices, there's nothing in here that provides any guidance on that. The bullet point that we have here is really it was included to reflect that in many cases where the funds are allocated specifically to a municipality, a lot of those councils serve as the local selection committee. It doesn't really cover off that shared piece. And I would say, refer back to the how it's historically been done there and between the directors responsible, trying to achieve some consensus around that.
Okay.
These local collection committees are not anything that staff have historically had anything to do with. In previous years, it's just been the director saying, here's what we're doing, and we post that on the website, and we hold the meetings for it, and that's really it. So, and if there's specific issues that you want guidance on, or some history or what's done in other areas, maybe you can talk to staff about that and kind of help problem solve around that.
Great, thank you.
Director David, I'll go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I have two questions. The first question is that we have always had our APHC members plus the director act as the selection committee, and the current process does not provide for that. Is that I would welcome language that says it's either the APHC for the area and the director if the director so wishes. That would work for us because we've never advertised for a selection committee. It's the APHC, and basically I'll be expanding our APHC to because we've lost a few representatives due to age and death. But basically, how could that work for us? Because it's like the mayor, Director Lockwood mentioned that the model doesn't work for them. So could we fix this to have, if there is an APHC that plus a director that are the selection committee, that then we don't need to advertise because that's the way it's always been done since this program started. That's my first question through the chair.
Mike?
Through the chair, I believe that would put us offside with the requirement in the funding agreement, which basically says that we have to do a transparent process for appointment of local selection committee members. So just appointing the APHC. Now, all those APHC members could apply, and there could be a recommendation to the board to appoint those members, but we can't. It would, we can't create policy that would be in contradiction to whatever obligations are under the funding agreement.
So I have a issue with what has just been said, Chair. Can I respond to that?
Yes.
The APHC holds an open meeting. We have a transparent process. Everybody knows that's the way it's done. That's the way it's been done in Area I from day one. And the key thing is that there's nothing that isn't transparent about the process. So I don't understand the comment about lack of transparency. That bothers me.
Mike?
Through the chair, the requirements for transparency in the application process to be on a local selection committee.
Okay,
not the community process itself.
Okay. I've made my point, so I'm going to go to my second question then. Chair, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm looking at the appendix dealing with affected area programs. I'm reading that affected area program funds projects that meet priorities in communities which lie within 10 kilometers of the Duncan Reservoir, for example. And then it just lays out the communities. Area I has 2,000 residents affected by what happens on the Brilliant Head Pond. There are 4 dams that impact the Brilliant Head Pond. There's a Columbia Basin Trust project the Brilliant Expansion project that is a CBT dam that impacts that affects our area. We have a thing called the Shore Acres Tide, where you get fluctuations legally.
Sorry, 1 second, Director Davidoff. Connie, can you please mute? Thank you. Go ahead, Director Davidoff.
Yeah, we have fluctuations that are legally allowed by the water controller, and that fluctuations, you got 3 feet or more of fluctuation happening daily on the head pond, and the canal agreement governs which turbine is spinning on these dams. And the bottom line, we've gone to CBT, asked for the executive to consider it. It didn't even make the board. Our request didn't even make the board. I'm asking through staff, how can we how can we review this affected area appendix item here on this policy that we're trying to pass, because it's totally unfair to us. And we have to fight to get the Columbia River Treaty process to even recognize that the Brilliant Head Pond was a reservoir. Like,
let's focus on your question that staff can answer. They can't answer the latter of what you mentioned. So I think they have your question. How can staff support your request? That's your question.
That's my question. So I don't need an answer today, but yeah, Mike.
Go ahead, Stuart. We've got it, Director Davidoff. Thank you.
Through the chair, Director Davidoff, I can work with you if you want to try to bring something to the February board meeting, get direction to communicate with CBT again and ask for a review, something like that. But I can take it offline and discuss with you for February.
Thank you.
Okay, I had a couple questions, and then we've got Cunningham and Weatherhead. And so I just wanted to check in on 2 things. I think it's still okay, but I just noted in the proposed policy, it says the committee convenes the public meeting. I just want to clarify, staff is still doing the bookings and still doing the advertising. And it says the director can run the meeting, which is historically what I've done. So that's all still good.
That's correct.
I'm getting nodding yes, thank you. And then from the recommendations from the committee are the ones that go to the board, also just verifying. I've historically been the one to submit the final recommendations based on what the committee determined. That'll still be acceptable. We're not doing like a formal committee meeting with a recommendation that the minutes are received, and directors can still submit that to staff.
And that is correct. On behalf of the
committee,
the director can submit that information as long as it reflects what the committee decided.
Okay, great. Thank you. Those were my questions. Cunningham, go ahead, and then Weatherhead for a second.
I just need a little confirmation to the chair. So, talking about Salmo and Chief, our selection committee could be the director plus the Salmo council. That's all right as a selection committee, and they can use their staff to set up all the advertising materials and run the public meeting and so forth and so on. That's all right. I mean, in other words, we can do it the way we always think we should meet. As you know, we had God night, which means all the requests were posted around the gym in the Salmo High School. We had an excess of 200 to 300 minimum people there who vote by putting dots on the product, and funds given out are in relation to the number of dots. So saying that, we can still follow that process, and at the end, we will, the mayor or myself, probably the mayor, on behalf, will therefore submit the results on behalf of the selection committee, being the 2 of us plus the council, who will all be there. That's okay. Good.
Mike, go ahead.
Yes, through the chair, I would just want to make sure that we're not offside with the funding agreement with that, because there is a requirement for public members on those committees. So I have to take that one away and provide a bit more information at the next meeting. We'll look to what, and I'll have discussions with CBT staff around the interpretation. Some of the stuff is new for us, so this meeting is great for identifying those issues that we need to follow.
So we have, might need to.
Sorry, are you doing a supplemental, please, through the chair?
Through the chair, and I apologize. So in other words, then we need to get one member of the public to also be a member of the committee that draws up this, because in fact, the entire community are the ones that make the selections and the right amounts of money. Not, we only sit there as the representatives and the workers.
Okay.
We can see that's a good, thank you.
Thank you. Weatherhead for a second time, go ahead.
Thank you. The new members, this is new, I believe, is that members of the local selection committee will be for a maximum of a 3-year term. As I have 5 of these, as you know, these are in very small areas, and I really do rely on the communities to really, hold this within themselves. And so it's the community clubs have been, very much the members. Now, if we now limit to a maximum of 3 years, that means, that, trying to find other people from that community, is that correct? Because that's going to be a tough one that's like Arrow Park, for instance. I mean, there's hardly anybody there, there's just a very, slim pickings.
Through the chair, a couple things to be considered with that 3-year requirement. One, administratively, it's a lot to reappoint people every year. So, typically, there is new people involved every year. But now that this is a formal process with formal appointments, we don't want to be in a place where we're having to rerun the whole process every year. So, but the contractual requirement is for a transparent process, and long-term appointments probably are not the best for ensuring that there's renewal of those committees. So the way that we're going to structure it is the application form will have a box where people can submit the length of time that they are interested in being appointed for, and the directors will consider that, and maybe we would have the opportunity to stagger or recommend staggering the membership. So some appointments will be for 1, 2, or 3 years, but there would be nothing to prevent people from being reappointed after their term is up. It's just that there's we're making sure that built into the program is some opportunity for continuous renewal of the membership.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So the speakers list is growing, and I just want to remind us we're not voting on this today. You can reach out to Mike to figure out, this is what I want to do. Does it work? How can I get it to work? You can do that offline. So I'll take the last 2 speakers and then we're going to move on. Popoff and then Hannah Graff.
Along the same lines, I think Mike has answered my question. Is the term of a director is 4 years, and if the director gets de-elected and the new director comes in there, he's not obligated to keep that. So maybe you can make the term for 4 years, or whatever the applicant chooses to be, up to 4 years, and then that way you don't have to go through the process near the end of the director's term.
I'll have to think about that one as well, and again, refer back to the funding agreement and probably discuss that with CDC as well.
Hannah Graff.
Much like Director Davidoff, I use the APHC, but I'm really comfortable with opening it up, allowing more people from the public. And I also really like the idea of the 3-year term. So people have some understanding of the process, how it works, and we can carry through smoothly. So I personally will be encouraging the APHC to apply, but at the same time, welcome new people from the community who may want to be involved. So I think it's good.
Okay, thank you, Director Hannah Graff. All right, thank you, Mike. Thank you, the rest of your crew over there. And we're going to keep moving along. Yeah.
Through the chair, I just wanted to draw the board's attention to these 3 reports that are here for information. These are the new board report templates that have been drafted and staff is working on. We're welcome to feedback depending on how they work for you or not. So we're now going to have, there's a template for information reports, which you saw with that Ready Grant application, or policy rather. There's the media report, which Cherise used extremely well to outline the SharePoint issue. So that's kind of the bigger report that will be used for larger issues. And then we've also got a template around financial planning amendments, so it'll be nice and simple when those do come to the board for review. So staff's kind of getting used to them. We might have some small changes as we work through them, but if you've got any comments, feel free to provide them to me offline if there's something that does or doesn't work for you there.
Thank you. So we're on 6.2.3. Cherie is in the room. Should we have questions for her report? Do you want to just give us a brief overview of the purpose of your report and any kind of questions? Go ahead.
Sure. Yeah, so this report is really just to provide an overview of the current status of records management at the RDCK. Currently with the IT program, we are implementing what's called the modern workplace, which is really shifting how we do things in our day-to-day. And it sort of leaves records management a little bit behind. So this report kind of goes through what the issues are, where the gaps are, and what our proposed solution could be for the future. But our main intention is to focus on a phase one of looking at a consultation to see what a roadmap would look like to move forward into this modern workplace.
Thank you, Shri. So we're not looking for action from the board today, but we're definitely open to questions and more for an FYI on your part at this time. Jackman, go ahead. And then
So
Vandenberg.
a little bit of food for thought to the question to how the next couple of phases might look. Experience says if you give somebody a $10,000 contract to create a roadmap, or you call it a project brief or whatever, that when the $200,000 to $300,000 chunk of work comes out, they have a very good inside track to grab a lot of work. I would hope that the chair of the next phases will be maybe broken up so that we don't go out for a up to $300,000 chunk of work where we may be into a single consultant who's kind of predetermined what their work plan is going to be because they wrote the outline, and that we would break it into phases or milestones as it makes sense. I have no idea what to chew off first. You can't indicate here. And that at those milestones, we'd also consider the make or buy, because, and this is my federal government experience. Sometimes you gotta say there's a $50,000 investment in staff time. Sometimes you gotta say, well, no, we're not gonna go inside for 300 and leave 50,000 staff. Maybe at some point we say we need the in-house ongoing expertise. We will make the inside capacity available and not buy the next $150,000 in consulting work. Get very concerned when we might set a consultant up to think they're gonna put $250 million in their back pocket and then we'll see how it goes. I think the asset management plan, I don't want to be too critical, maybe as an example of how a consultant puts money in the back pocket and we start off with an 8-month or 6-month delay. So this should be phased. I very much look forward to hearing what those phases will be and what our asks are going to be in future budget years, if we survive future budget years, on whether it's in-house or a consultant.
Thank you, Jackman. Director Davidoff, we have you on the list, but can you mute until we call on you, please?
Yep.
Thank you. Vandenberg, Davidoff, Lockwood, then Page. So far, Vandenberg, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. And to build on Director Jackman's here somewhat around this, built into the scope ought to be to the consultants that they should be bringing in some other best practices. There's others that are dealing with this, and not necessarily municipality or governance, but certainly out in the private sector. And so then that gives us a little bit of a hedge that they have reached out, looked at other best practices. So we're not reinventing the wheel. And I think that that's an important consideration that I'd like to suggest.
Thank you. And Shri, anytime you want to jump in, just stand up. Great. Thank you. Davidoff, it is now over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I was just looking through the report and I noticed that session number 4, which is July, this is on session number 4, which was July 17, 2024, which was with the fire services. The regional deputy fire chief and the regional fire chief were both absent. So was there a follow-up session before? Because there's only one member of the fire services team that was at this meeting, and the regional fire chief.
Director Davidoff, sorry, are you referring to the asset management report or the SharePoint information sharing?
Oh, sorry, wrong item. Yep.
Okay, hold that. We'll put you on for the next one. Thank you. Sorry, I looked over Shri. We were both like, what? Okay, so on 6.2.3, advancing modern workplace with SharePoint, just making sure we all know where we are. Thank you. Lockwood, go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair. There was a couple of things that stood out to me in here under employee frustration and turnover. So a question of mine is that have we lost staff? Because that's what this indicates, that we've lost staff because our IT is not the greatest, is how I take this. That's my first question.
Go ahead, Sheree.
Not specifically. I think it just more speaks to the future state that the longer that we delay these tools that are being implemented, the harder it is for staff to work. When other municipalities, local governments around us are progressing a little bit faster, the desire to stay in a space where it's difficult to do your day-to-day becomes apparent. So I don't have any statistics to show that we have lost staff specifically related to that, but the frustrations are growing. It has been known for a long time. I've been here for 6 years. I've had many conversations with staff talking about how just, finding a file, filing a file is really, really challenging. So it's just really speaking to that kind of broad overview of that.
Okay, so to understand that that's only an opinion in this report. Okay, because that's not how I took that. My second one is about workplace. So FY requests, are we charging for the appropriate time it takes to fulfill a FY request?
Through the chair, we do not often charge, but the mechanism is in place for us. So with the FY legislation, there are certain recommendations of how you can charge. We don't charge for requests. We can charge for the time it takes, but since I've been here, I think we've only charged 2 applicants for that time.
So we're looking at expanding this, hiring somebody else when we're not actually charging for it. So I thank you for that. Thank you for that explanation.
Director Page.
Thank you. Yeah, I can fully appreciate the frustration of trying to figure out where to store something, how to name it, how to find it later, whether it's been digitized appropriately so you can search for it, whether you have the right tools to access it or share it and understand what those permissions are going across the things. That makes a lot of sense. Whether it's a full digitization project and figuring out workflows as they go in, I would like to see us identify within these phases what a pilot looks like in the departments. I feel like you need to start creating champions and teams where it's most aligned, where I could see us falling into a trap of trying to teach everybody SharePoint. I've seen organizations struggle to kind of conceptualize how to use the SharePoint model within their organizations and this desire to get to this other side of digitization, when sometimes just being able to have the files in the cloud, in a really well-managed folder structure with proper permissions is kind of the first phase. But I think the key to that is identifying which operational departments you kind of start with to build that team and see what of these pieces actually work day to day. How easy is it to spin up a Microsoft 365 form to input data from the public and file that and then operationalize that amongst the staff as opposed to always waiting to IT and trying to do the training. Because I have seen more than a few organizations embark upon this mission, run it for a couple of years, and then find themselves pulling back from it because it's just not settings. And that's just where I want us to kind of go slow to go fast.
I see you nodding, Shereen.
Yeah,
go ahead if you like.
I really appreciate that. I think we're on the same page. I think the one thing I really like about this project team, the one thing I really like about this project team is we're very aware of staff time. We're very aware of available finances and budget. So we do want to do that kind of low and slow approach. And I think with the guidance of the consultant, we're going to make that one of our goals. And I think with the guidance of the consultant, we'll be able to identify certain departments that are probably in a better ready state to move forward with testing of the pilot versus some departments that it would take a lot more to get into that state. So I think it's pretty exciting to think about what we can at least see so we can figure out what our options are.
Thank you. Okay, that's it for the speakers list. Really great work, Sheree. Thank you. Template looks good too. I'll look at it a little more. Thanks for being the first. Directors, it's 11:40, so we have 5 minutes for the next item, and then I will either pause us or we'll get through it. But it's asset management, so I don't anticipate 5 minutes is going to be enough. We could start public time now, although I did tell a few people 11:45. So how about we take 5 minutes and jump into asset management? We do have 2 speakers on it. And I'm just going to check AJ. I believe the AJ on the phone is AJ for asset management.
That's correct.
There you are. Hello, welcome. Is there anything you want to open with, or do you want to just start with questions?
Yeah, through the chair, I believe the report was hopefully short and succinct, and I think self-explanatory. So we'll just take any questions if there are any.
Yep, Davidoff, I've got you, but you're not the first. So if you could mute, we'll come back to you. Thank you. Director Fike, you were first on the list, and then Davidoff at this time. Go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair, I see you're recommending an asset management steering committee formed. And then in Appendix 3, you're wanting a single source of truth for data, which kind of makes sense. And also there's seeking additional funding in Appendix 3. Appendix 6 is your implementation timeline, and I'm just questioning. I'm from the bustling megalopolis of New Denver, and we adopted one 3 years ago. Took a lot of dedicated, worthwhile time, but is the timeline realistic given the staff demands currently? And I guess I'll just put it to staff. It seems like there's a lot of cohesion and time that, on top of your workloads already.
Go ahead, AJ.
Yeah, through the chair. So when I was hired back in 2018, one of the tasks I was given was to take over some of the portions of asset management, and found it significantly challenging to do project management as well as kind of try and head up or kind of reform our steering committee for asset management and kind of get inventorying done, establish some momentum. So to your point, yes, it has been difficult, and hence why we've hired this consultant to give us essentially a realistic roadmap of what are the priorities as we look across, information requirements, staff requirements, financial requirements, and overall just what we have for assets. So what they've given us is essentially kind of a 3-year time frame of what they think is realistic. Obviously, the two items that kind of hinges on is that we need a dedicated position to look after asset management organizationally to kind of keep that momentum established.
Ike, do you have supplemental?
Yeah, I guess the word realistic pops to mind, given that we've been through the experience 3 years ago, and it was worthwhile, but the complexity of this and the realistic timeline, it's just, I have questions in my mind about the realism, and that's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Fike. So Director David, if I just want to note that knowing you very well, I don't think you could get your piece in within a minute and a half. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to go to public time, because we do have people that we're waiting for 11:45 to hit. And AJ, if you're okay to come back after lunch, we'll continue the discussion then. Are you able to do that, AJ?
Sounds good. Yep.
Okay. Thanks, Director Davidoff. I just don't want to have to cut you off mid-conversation. Thank you. Okay. So we're going to pause that one, and we are going to go to public time. As we don't have any public in the room, I'm going to go to, if you are online and would like to ask the board a question, you can just put your hand up or unmute. If you're on a phone, it's *6 and *9 to put your hand up. Connie, I saw you unmute if you want to go ahead. Or if that was Connie's staff, then it was probably just an error. We had so many people and now we don't have anybody. Yeah, he was on the phone. I'll just check media. Valley Voice, I see you. Do you have any questions for us?
No, I'm all good. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, Ange?
I'm going to try unmute 780 because I believe he was waiting to speak.
Oh, yes, please go ahead. The 780 number, which was, I believe, Wayne Murphy from earlier, we're just trying to unmute you on our end. If you could try *6 on your end.
I
don't see the 780. Oh, there he is. Checking again, is there anyone from the public who would like to ask us a question online? You can unmute. It's *6 if you're on the phone. I have someone in the room, so I'm just going to go to them and just proceed to do. Go ahead. You're
okay. Thanks again. I'm back. Thanks to the board for hearing our delegation this morning. I want to come back and ask a question to the board. A bit of a preamble first. I indirectly identified myself as a Nelson resident. I'm actually in electoral area F, just on the North Shore. So, for the record, my question, unsurprisingly, is on the Sue Big Oil campaign. So, from a regional district perspective, the legal focus of this campaign is on providing compensation for climate impacts and costs incurred within the services offered for rural areas. Some of those many services include emergency management, sustainability, and general administration. So my question for the chair is, should this board commit to joining the Sue Big Oil campaign, for which service would the $1 per person contribution likely be drawn?
Well, as the representative to speak on behalf of the board, because we haven't debated it, I cannot answer that question. It has to go before the board before we can represent an answer by the board.
Okay, thank
Unless
you.
staff wants to add anything.
No, through the chair, that would form part of the resolution where it's paid from, and that would be something the board would have to discuss and debate before making a decision.
Okay,
yeah, sounds good.
Thank you. And just going back online, if anyone has unmuted, you are welcome to ask a question. Did 780 get a chance to unmute? Go ahead, Ange.
Actually, they're having an issue, then it may be worth just letting them know that they can email us as well.
Yeah, if someone's having an issue unmuting at this time, you are welcome to email us your question or comment or both. I'm just going to give it another minute to make sure. I'm sorry, Director Davidoff, I said you couldn't keep going because I was anticipating a full public time.
Well, Chair, I'll do a point of order if that's okay.
No, we're in public time. No point of orders. I'll get back to you. Let me finish public time.
It has to do with public time, Chair.
What's your point of order?
I'm just saying is that if Mr. Murphy calls in later in the meeting, and then if we decide as a board to say we'll accept that call, that might solve what we're going through right now, but that's up to the chair to consider.
Unfortunately, public time is specific in our procedures bylaw, and I would be hesitant to move it around without people knowing that we did that. So I'd like to stick to what we committed to, but thank you. Wayne Murphy, are you with us? Okay. Technical issues. All right. Well, we gave it lots of time. One more time, anybody?
Go again.
Generally, it's one per, but by all means, go ahead. Just make it brief, please.
Okay, yeah, since we're here and since we have a bit of public time to get through, I'm here to the public, so I'll go again. I guess my general question is, because we only had 10 minutes for our slideshow this morning, I wasn't able to cover some of the depth of detail that I would like to, but one point I wanted to make.
Hello.
Okay, we're gonna let John go. Hi, Wayne, sorry, is that you, Wayne?
Sorry, Chair. Yeah, I pressed *6 about 20 times, so I just logged out and logged back in. So yeah, sorry for that.
Well, thank you for your efforts.
I could hear you, but I couldn't hear you. But so is there a time limit on how long I can talk, or?
Max is 2 minutes.
Oh, 2 minutes, and I'll just go straight to the quick points then. Okay.
Okay.
First of all, we fully disagree with, I didn't hear the proposal, but I had read it. We fully disagree with even the concept of doing this. We have, I mean, first of all, you have to determine what percentage of the people even agree with this whole climate change and the climate action plan. So first of all, that's a debate that takes more than 2 minutes. Secondly, you know, anybody who believes in this climate action thing is either uneducated or they're looking for a reason to use that narrative to make money. So, and I could give you guys an education for an hour if you'd like. Bottom line is we've got way more important things to do. We've got way more important problems. We've got housing problems. People are stretched to the limit. The inflation under the Trudeau Singh government's been almost 50% in their term. People cannot afford another expenditure, and we need to, we need to make life choices. Everything in life is a life choice. So, yeah, I don't think that we should move forward with any of this, in my opinion. And so right now I'm in Calgary, actually meeting with some oil field guys. I'm a former energy sector guy, just so you know where I'm coming from. And I think that I'll make some recommendations to some of them. Some of them are actually, I believe, listening in right now. So, but we'll be making recommendations to them on how we would proceed. But I think we're throwing money at something that is non-existent, in my opinion. But even if you believe in the climate change thing, then China produces 30.7% of the world's carbon. Canada produces 1.6% of the world's carbon. And we supply the cleanest energy in the world, produced by the most ethical oil field companies in the world. And if you're really serious about climate change, the best thing we can do is get more and more and more Canadian energy to market. China built 55 coal plants last year for energy, for electricity. The world will be better off if we supply them with clean natural gas from Canada. So anybody who claims that doing this to the Canadian energy sector for climate action plan, for climate for the whole globe is, in my opinion, just trying to have some sort of self-serving way to make some money off the taxpayer. So,
do you have a question for
and I'm
us?
not alone. Yeah, so will you guys just conclude this today and stop spending any more directors' time and taxpayers' money? That's what I'd like to hear, that at the end of this meeting today, we tell these nice folks who want to make a bunch of money off the taxpayers to go home. Are you guys prepared to vote on that today and just tell them, like, let's just get this done and over with? We're not interested.
Thank you. We are not making a decision on the matter today. So I
Okay.
cannot answer
well,
that.
at least you know. Okay.
Thank you.
Anybody, one other thing, anybody in your group who would like to meet with me, I would be more than willing to sit down and meet with them and go through some extensive information.
Thank you. If you want to email us further information, you can do that. Thank you very much.
I will do that. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Okay, and just a reminder for people using chat online, I do see you asking why they're not asking a question. If you can just refrain from posting stuff in chat, because that's akin to speaking during the meeting. And anyone else online that has a question for us? And sorry, I was indicating if you could please not be at the table when you're not a delegation, that would be great. Thank you. Anyone else online? We have about 5 minutes left for public time. T, I see you don't have a question, but thank you for your comment. Okay.
Just a question.
You don't ask questions during public time.
But the comment you just referred to, is that for public time?
Not being at the table?
You just mentioned somebody sent in a comment.
Yes, it was on the chat. It was, the chat is, why is this person just giving an opinion rather than asking a question? I was just reminding them that when they use chat, they're speaking in a meeting. So please refrain from doing that. You can put up your hand. Okay. Sorry. Thank you, Director Vandenberg. Last question. If you can just make it a question, that would be great.
Sure. Point of order. Is this now turning into a debate?
Nope, because we're not going back and forth. They can ask one more question because we have the space, which I've allowed for other members of the public.
Okay, my question with quick preamble is, we didn't have a lot of time to cover all the material we wanted to in our delegation this morning, and one concept I wanted to underline is the words of attribution science. So groups like World Weather Attribution, the Climate Accountability Institute have been working, it's an emerging field, to quantify how much climate change supercharges or affects normal weather events, turning them into disasters. One example I can provide.
If you can focus on a question, please.
Okay, the one example I'll provide quickly is the heat dome. That was determined in BC, Washington, Oregon, was determined to be 30% longer, 30% larger and 50% longer than it otherwise would have been in a normal pre-industrial climate scenario. My question to the board chair
is the board aware of the field of attribution science and its importance to Sioux Will?
On behalf of the board, I don't have that answer because we haven't debated it, but each member would have their own ability to research and understand things at their pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, folks, we are going to adjourn for lunch. We'll be back in an hour. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's just check sound. Director Newell, how's your sound? Good stuff. Thank you. Director Graham, hello. Director Fike, you good? Alrighty. Hello, Director David.
I checked mine.
Check, check. You're good to go. Thank you. Okay. And AJ, I did see you pop back on.
Yes, I am back.
There you go. Thank you. You just turn on cameras and the whole thing does this. So I look like I'm doing this. Thank you so much. All right. Hope everybody had a good lunch. We're going to jump right back into the asset management conversation. And David Off, you were first on the list. So over to you.
Well, thanks, Chair. So first I want to apologize to Sherry. I probably scared her. What is he talking about? So AJ, this is for you through the chair. So in the report, in the Roth report, I see that the session held on fire services was supposed to be attended by the regional deputy fire chief, the regional fire chief, and actually they got regional deputy fire chief here. We have two people, but basically only one person was able to attend, and that was Chief Fest. So was there a subsequent meeting held to allow for a fulsome conversation with the consultants on asset management planning within the fire services, or was it the notes that we have and the comments from the meeting, that was the only time that they had an opportunity to provide any input in this report? Because fire service is a pretty big deal, lots of assets there to manage and plan for, and we're getting hit with that right now pretty big. So through the chair to staff, just if you can answer that question.
Yeah, through the chair. So unfortunately, David Zayance had just kind of issued his resignation notice, but between himself and Grant, they did provide the comments that they felt were important to Tristan when he met with Roth. So I could confirm that with Tristan, but my understanding is that the comments related to fire from the deputy fire chief and from the fire chief itself came through Tristan.
Okay, supplemental, Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
So then I think what I'm hearing is that there was only this one opportunity for our regional chiefs and deputies to provide input into this consultant's report. Is that correct, through the chair?
Yeah, through the chair. So they were invited to the March 26th session, and the three of them were unavailable. And so we did pursue them and were able to kind of reschedule that March 26th session to July 17th.
Okay, and then there only one person was there. Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Thank you. Further discussion on the report. This is quite a big piece for us in terms of asset management. I think it's really good to lay the groundwork, unintended kind of. Do we have further conversation on the piece? Director Lockwood, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, with our asset management as we move forward, Do we right now have logbooks that are in our vehicles, in our buildings, that we're actually capturing what we're doing to those things? So when somebody leaves the organization, that they don't leave with that information, that it's always captured for anybody to obtain?
Go ahead, AJ.
Through the chair. I don't know if I can speak organizationally, but yes, we have logbooks for our vehicles that track what happens to them. And I can speak specifically to like our project management group. So every file, record, asset that we touch, every project that we do is documented in such a way that we leave an electronic record, and then when staff do turn over or leave, someone can easily basically pick that file back up and run with it.
Thank you. That's very reassuring.
Thank you. I think it also feeds into our previous item in terms of records management and how much we're tracking, and a good way to track it. Did you have a question, Lon? No? Okay. Well, that was a really big report. I was anticipating. Oh, there we go. Director Main, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. It is a really big report, and it's a really big bite of something that we actually do need to do. I mean, we're a big organization. We have multitude of assets of all sorts. And for one thing, the array of grants is increasingly dependent on having an asset management framework for the for what we own in relation to what we're trying to get money for. I just saw something in the first couple of paragraphs. I'm trying to find it again. Oh, to assist the RDCK and its member municipalities in determining and achieving their asset management goals. I would like some clarity around that as to whether and in what format some of this work might be available to our member municipalities.
Sure.
Go ahead, AJ.
Through the chair. I guess our intent is with the kind of depth and breadth and really overall variation of kind of asset type and value and kind of age. We felt that the system that the RDCK ultimately ends up selecting, both for an enterprise asset as well as preventative maintenance software, that the member municipalities would be able to basically look at it and say, based on how it's working for the RDCK, do we think that we could implement this ourselves? Or, at least you would have us almost as the guinea pig, in the sense that you'd be able to see how it works with us and see if your infrastructure is similar and if it makes sense for you to implement as well.
Okay, thank you. Supplemental. I think this is a really fulsome report, an overwhelming report on a topic that is just so important to us and becoming increasingly important as we deal with the financial and economic pressures that are all around us and that are impacting us. I think this is a really critical task to undertake. So, yeah, I am generally in support of this.
Thank you. I guess we're just waking up after lunch because now we have several speakers. So we have McFadden, Graham, and Vandenberg. And sorry, AJ, if you want to respond at any point, just go ahead. You're just welcome to respond or answer anything. Okay, McFadden, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I was having about asking it now. It may be too early to ask it, but do we have a thought process on how we're going to implement an asset management plan for regional district that all these assets live within certain services? And so do we have a thought plan? Like, is the idea to get a full asset management plan for the whole regional district and then allocate those assets and what their needs are to each individual service, and then you have sub asset plan, like sub-management plans within all those services? Like, I'm just trying to figure out what the mechanism is to go, once we know what our needs are, how we can start preparing to fund them. Because every 6 months that goes by, a year that goes by, we get further and further behind on actually maintaining our assets, and you end up with more and more expenses. So I'm just wondering if we've thought about that.
Yeah, that was actually one of the items that we talked about at length with Roth, and they kind of broke down the different recommendations. And you'll see anything that starts with an F dash, and I guess what I'm referring to is in Appendix 4. Several of the items kind of discuss finance, but in the year one of the recommendations under F3 was we have to develop strategies to increase the funding. In year 2 to 3, it was and kind of beyond was basically developing long-term funding requirements to understand what reserves are required for assets going forward. So I think that's probably plays in a little bit more to what you're asking. Is that's something that is probably at least 2 years out. We have to kind of get everything in the system, understand what we're doing to it from a replacement and a maintenance perspective. And then once we kind of understand kind of where we're at and what we need going forward, then we can figure out how does that affect the long-term sustainability and funding of those.
Yeah. So quick supplemental. So is there a way to actively update those services? Like, I can think of an example, let's say a rec service, to keep the information that you're getting updated to that service, so at least you're not making the best decision, but you at least can make some decision to make sure, are we even coming close to hitting the mark of what we're going to need? Are we close to what we need? Is there communication that's going during this process between the two?
Yes. So what we've done is on all the larger assets that we have, so say the rec facilities, we've undertaken the facility condition assessment. So we've gone basically component by component, said what's the lifespan, what is required to it, when do we have to replace it, and then one of the steps that I guess we've got in the first year here is every so often, every call it 3 to 5 years, we have to basically renew those inspections to make sure that it captures what have we done to it since the last one, and is there any changes going forward, and that kind of keeps it financially relevant going forward, so we know what needs to be done in the next 5 to 10 years.
Thank you. Director Fike, I'm going to go to you because I think you put in that you wanted this item, but you got your numbers mixed up. So is this the item you're wanting to speak to?
Yes, it is, and it'll be super quick.
Go ahead.
Through the chair. Just might go to Director McFadden's question too. In Appendix 5, first order topic P1 says identify an asset management champion within each department who will coordinate AM plan with the department and ensure consistency between departments. Who does that? And I'm just wondering, that's actually a big task. And I just wonder about staff time allocation. So who would identify the AM champion?
Yeah, so through the chair, we actually did this exercise a few years ago, and we basically went to all the different departments, and all the departments were requested to identify an asset management champion based on either, depending on the size of the department or program, a champion. So we do essentially have that list. To your point, we did find when we were trying to schedule some of the meetings that time availability was definitely difficult to get those champions or the subject matter experts in their program to the table. So that will be a challenge going forward. It will impact staff work plans.
I see Uli wanted to respond. I'll let Uli respond and then I'll check back with you, Director Fike.
Thank you.
We can't hear you, Uli. I know you unmuted, but you don't have any sound.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay, so there was significant discussion around that, and as Director Fike pointed out, there will certainly be assignments that need to be done and job descriptions changed. There will have to be in the larger departments with larger assets, dedicated persons, and there may down the road have to be additional resources to address that within these departments. So that's still to be determined. The asset manager is the first step to establish this program and help us to set the parameters around all of this. There's typically two components. One is the general replacement of assets. The other one is the maintenance assets. Both can fall into this planning exercise. Ours probably at this point more focused around replacement of assets than the general maintenance. But it is correct, there may down the road have to be added resources to manage something like this within the department.
Director Fike, back to you. Do you have a supplemental or did that answer your question?
Just a supplemental. Actually, I totally agree. You need a champion, but you also need to resource that champion to get anything done that's effective. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Fike. Over to you, Director Graham.
Thank you. So this asset management is a real slippery slope, and I'm wondering if there is some like minimum value where you stop analyzing your assets, because as you know, your assets can, like, is this just large assets? Like, where is the line on what is considered something that needs to be managed and something that doesn't?
Sure. Do you want to? Okay. I'll go first, and then I saw Uli's hand up, so he can go after me. What we did, so when we did all the facility condition assessments, is we kind of arbitrarily set the line at 5,000. So everything below 5,000 we didn't look at. And how that rolled out was, for instance, at a lot of, say, transfer stations or parks where there was a lot of smaller site infrastructure, we basically just did one assessment on, like, we would just say, oh, there's a bunch of picnic tables, and here's the general condition of replacement. We wouldn't actually go and pick kind of little item by little item so that we didn't get lost in the weeds of the details on places where there is a significant dollar value of smaller assets that do add up, but we just wanted to make sure that we were kind of having a broad overview of the quantity and the condition of them.
To see if Uli wanted to add anything and then come back to you, Director Graham. Uli, was that good or?
Yeah, no, AJ addressed it largely, but that is exactly it. It is a program and that will step by step be refined. So we really need to focus on the large assets in the year one, drill it down to the others. And what we have found in utilities was sometimes we do get a step too far. So as an example, curb stop valves, if they are as a single project replaced in the whole water systems, they are definitely an asset that need to be identified. We replace them either with the line replacement at the same time, or we do it in smaller numbers. So we have actually then started to taking these valves out of it. So it is a matter of experience to refine these plans and define what makes sense to be in these plans or not. Strict dollar value alone typically is not the right limit.
Graham, back to you.
Thank you. So supplemental. So I'm just sensing that there should be some kind of guideline in this. Not just be an arbitrary, well, maybe on the one area we'll decide that, computers are part of it and then the other area is not. So I'm just kind of thinking that as this moves along, like we need some real definitions, like whether it's value or, you know, replacement value. Like obviously an old computer isn't the same as a new computer. So just, that's just what we do in private business when we're doing our asset management is we do not like value our small tools. Like we don't do asset management on our small tools, but we do on our vehicles. So I just think that something needs to be in here to avoid like going down this big path of little stuff. Thank you.
I'll just gonna follow up with that. I recall seeing guidelines when we applied for the funding to do an AMP. Is that not, are there not guidelines that we are using to make those, or is there something that we will set as our guidelines, AJ or Uli?
Yeah, through the chair. So we do have guidelines, and that's what that initial kind of $5,000 cutoff was set at. But to Uli's point, yeah, some well, for instance, Fire has said they're interested because they have a high volume of equipment or assets that are less than 5,000. So for them, they're interested in tracking more, which is totally fine. But yeah, as Uli mentioned, there are some areas like say water services where curb stops, you know, they're replaced with a main line, and so it doesn't make sense to track those individual items separately, even though potentially they can cost upwards of, you know, 2,500 each plus labor. You know, it can exceed 5,000, but very seldom do you actually do that. So that I think is going to be the slippery slope that we have to manage going forward, is that because our assets are both like vertical as well as linear, there will have to be some general guidelines, but recognizing that some programs will get more value and be more interested in tracking assets differently, as well as doing preventative maintenance differently.
Thank you. Vandenberg, I believe you're the last speaker. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Some of the stuff's already been talked about. Interested to hear how this is going to apply to the variety of services. Because at some point you're going to have to do that. I think you're already there, but you're building an asset management plan that I wish back in my day we had this much detail. We used to call it an R&M plan or operation and maintenance plan, and it was ran by our facility managers. And you know, so this is not new in the sense that it's now called an asset management plan. It's been in industry for quite some time. And so my questions were around, and I agree with Cheryl, where you draw the line, and agree with McFadden on when do we start allocating these into their appropriate areas. So I don't have much more to answer than we've been doing this for a while. It was just called different things.
Thank you. I will ask a question. I actually forget when I have a question sometimes. On that, in terms of, I do understand each service is going to see these at different points. You know, our water services already have them. I've already worked with, you know, our water services team on my water system and looking at the reserve and recommended versus what we can do based on budgets. So I would assume that currently, because we don't have a directed policy on what we do within a budget, looking at that, that those will be things that come forward as recommendations, and then they're vetted against our actual, you know, budget and how much we can increase by to cover that. Will there be at some point kind of like a guideline, maybe policy is a better word, that sets a tone that we should all be following, always knowing we have discretion with budgets every year?
Through the chair, maybe I'll take a stab at this, and Uli or Stuart, feel free to correct me. If I was to describe the overall process, the way I would see it happening is we hire the asset manager. They start with getting software in place for enterprise asset management. We evaluate preventative maintenance software. And then once we have all of our existing inventory in that software that tells us generally here's where we're at from a facility condition index, asset by asset, service by service, that's when that asset manager is probably going to start liaising, coordinating with the different departments, and basically saying, here's a condition of your stuff, here's what needs to be done in the next 1, 5, 10 years, here's where your reserves are at, and here's what you need to do to get there. And then from there, we'll have to come up with some sort of policy, procedure, guidelines of how do we get there? Is it realistic? Do we need a longer time frame? Do we need to look at service reductions? Do we need to look at, demolishing and replacing versus modernizing? There's a whole bunch of different aspects that can affect that each of those assets. But I think that's where there's going to be quite a bit of discussion with staff and with the board on how we get there.
Thank you. Uli, I saw you unmuted. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think we will need, or I would recommend to have a policy that sets the minimum funding levels that need to be achieved within a certain time frame, so that we have a secure and long-term security for whatever assets we have. So I think it can't be that you have in one department only 5% of your asset needs funded and others are at 80. I think we need to achieve a safe threshold that we define and the board approves, that we are working towards in regards of our asset funding. We likely need as well a policy where we say we accept that a certain level of asset replacement can be funded by borrowing of money. You cannot even go so far that you make assumptions how much grants are available. But I think that's the piece that should be in policy, where you direct staff, and that's not going to happen in year 1 or 2. This will be a 5 or 10 year exercise to get there, but that we define the threshold of funding that we want to see in all services.
Thank you. Okay, then. Thank you so much, AJ. Really great report. Looks like we'll be talking to you again in the future.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Making sure that was it on the list. Okay. All right. 6.2.5, we have a motion here for services agreements. First one on the list is West Creston. Who would like to make that motion? Vandenberg.
And if I may, before I start, these are 1-year extensions. Qualifying question before. These are 1-year extensions. Is the reason why we're just going the 1 year? Is it because of? Well, I don't know why. It's because of. Why are we not just putting together? When will contracts be longer than the 1-year extensions?
Through the chair, the 5-year terms all expired on this, and we haven't had time to sit down with the town to go through terms of a new agreement. We want to consolidate some of them as well, hopefully, get them on the same template because they were staggered to begin with. So it's a matter of just giving us time to do that.
Okay. I'll go wait that the board authorized 1-year extension of West Creston Fire Protection Services Agreement with the town of Creston to December 31st, 2025. And that the chair and corporate officer be authorized to sign necessary document.
Do I have a second? Thank you, Tierney. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. The next one is Canyon.
That the board authorize 1-year extension to the Canyon Lister Fire Protection Service Agreement with the town of Creston to December 31st, 2025, and further the board chair and corporate officer be authorized to sign the necessary document.
Thank you. Second. Thank you, Vandenberg. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And another one for Canyon.
That the board authorize a 1-year extension of the Canyon Lister Firefall Lease Agreement with the town of Creston to December 31st, 2025, and authorize that the board chair and corporate officer be authorized to sign the necessary documents.
Thank you. Second. Thank you, Jackman. Discussion?
Question. Yeah, through the chair, if it's really easy. I don't understand. I didn't realize we had lease agreement for that hall where it's Window Lakeview. We said we're going to manage it. Can I get information? It doesn't have to be here now before the board, but I'm quite curious as to what that was.
Sure. Yeah.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And Window.
I can move that the board authorize a 1-year extension to the Window. Should read Window Lakeview Fire Protection Service Agreement with town of Creston through December 31st, 2025, and further as listed.
Thank you. Second. Thank you, Vandenberg. Question? Go ahead. And then back to Jackman. Go ahead, Vandenberg.
Yes, question. I looked at the agreement and it's dated 2024. The other ones have been 2025. Actually, the last two are dated the same. I think it's just a glip. Yeah. A glip. I've just made that glitch.
Are those in my file folder today, Ange? Because I'll check them before I sign them.
No, the contracts are not printed.
Okay.
Only 4.
All right, all those in, oh, sorry, Jackman, go ahead.
Sure, so I could ask this on any of them, I guess. When we sat down with Tristan and looked at the 5-year plan, he held with the same numbers as are in the 2024 financial plan at a 3% lift as CPI. Are we to assume he's gonna be 3.3, or what's the inflation amount gonna be?
Through the chair, I don't know the inflation amount the town used. We have received from their director of finance the numbers for this year. I don't know if Tristan would have had those before meeting with you though. So that might have been a place. Oh, definitely didn't have them then. So that would have been a placeholder. We do have the updated amount since then, so we should circulate that to the director so you're aware what they are. But I don't remember the inflation rate they used off the top of my head.
So supplemental.
Yeah.
What would be helpful along with that information, I know that CEO Moore was talking about, and Jared Rail, Chief Rail as well, they were tracking how many hours they're doing for all of these ancillary things they do, ambulance, assist, or whatever, road rescue, they're recovering costs on. And then they were gonna do some kind of adjustment based on what they're doing over and above what they might have thought they were gonna do years ago when we entered into this agreement. Is that in any way part of this extension and what the price be based on, or is that all part of the future agreement?
Through the chair, I'll have to take that away and get an answer to that.
Just CEO Moore's talked about.
Okay.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried, and the last one. Arrow Creek.
So the board authorized a 1-year extension to the fire protection and assistance response agreement for Arrow Creek Fire Protection Service Area with the town of Creston to December 31st, 2025. And further that the board and corporate officer be authorized to sign the necessary documents.
Second. Thank you, Weatherhead. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Okay, grants. We'll just start with discretionary, noting Director Popoff, yours got in there. It's correct. You're good.
Yes.
Would you like to move the motion?
I move the motion.
Thank you. And sorry, I'm just double checking. Sorry, and Director Graham, I just double checked your grant as well, and they did change the request. So you're good with the application that's in there now? Okay, good. So moved, Graham, you second that? Good discussion. Lockwood.
I have a question that I was asked. Somebody was looking up the information on our agenda, and the application is on there, and it says following documents or whatever. I don't, sorry, I forgot my piece of paper that they wrote it down on. And I'm wondering, where do we direct people, because it's not in the agenda, the information that's attached that they were supposed to attach. Where do we send people?
That'd be grants. The supporting documents for the grant.
The supporting documents to the grant.
No, we just attach the application.
So can they go to grants email to ask for the supporting documentation?
I would assume,
yeah,
it would be the grants. Yeah, it's just sometimes with those supporting documents, there's private and personal information. So I think they just include the application, which is the supporting documents is extra. The application is really what's supposed to go to the board.
So they can just email grants@rdck.bc.ca.
Thank you.
Which is also on our grants page, as well as the phone number. Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And community development. Weatherhead, Cunningham. Question, go ahead.
Yes, the question. Area E, regional district, is given a grant to the regional district to Central Kootenay for $3,000. What is that for?
Did you read the application?
No, I didn't see the application.
It's in the agenda. Graham, do you want to go ahead and answer that?
It's for Rec 10.
There you go. Thanks, Director Graham. Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And portion of Area A Rec Commission?
Yeah, I'd like to move, a bit of correction, I'd like to move the resolution 703-24, the allocation of Rec Commission 9, Area A service number S32, 2024 grants be amended by changing, so Kootenay Lake Art Connect Society $3,300 to South Kootenay Lake Art Connect Society $3,060.
Do we have a second? Thank you to Boone. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, Chair and CAO reports. What do I have to report to you on? Mostly, I guess over the holidays, there were some things. Dr. Graham, of course, and Dr. David Off's area faced some emergency issues with the ferries. And while I missed alternate Director Smink's phone call, I was doing some background work trying to get different connection pieces together, and CAO was active as well, working with them on motions you'll see upcoming. So I do apologize because we all had our Christmas holidays not so quiet, but I really want to acknowledge Graham and David Ock and Stewart for all of their work they put into supporting the communities. So that was one item I did work on. I had a few conversations about ostriches, but Vice Chair McLaren Co took over some of the conversation for me as well. So thank you for that. It's mostly just people asking for information. What are we doing? Some people think we're the ones doing it. So it's clarifying that kind of stuff. I didn't have any meetings as chair. And our meeting request regarding the new wildfire program has not been received yet. And I believe that ministry is still setting up, but we have staff working on a briefing note. And I did discuss with the ASAP team to look at doing a delegation with this board. So they're going to do that once they've finalized their kind of presentation for general rural areas looking at that program. And they also help inform some of the briefing note on how it did work for them and why interjecting us in the middle of it did not make sense. They provided some really good insight. So Dan's actually working on that briefing note, and then we'll resubmit our request to our MLA's new ministry office with a briefing note and the letter that the board directed. Executive, was there anything else that we recall working on at this time? The forestry letter is still in draft form. And what we're doing with that one, often letters that the board directs, the board writes a letter of support. It's generally pretty straightforward. That forestry one was a little more convoluted because we had a lot of discussion, but the motion remained the same. So I'm putting that one through the executive. Christine did a template, just very basic. And then Jackman started with his edits. It'll go McLaren Co. and then I'll do the final. So that one's a bit delayed just because we're wanting to make sure we stick to what the board discussion was. So that one will be finalized hopefully before the end of the month. We also were waiting because there was an election, so we weren't rushing it anyways. I've got Hewitt and then Lunn. Just checking with the executive. Was there anything else at this time? I don't think so. Okay. Hewitt and then Lunn.
Thank you, Chair. You didn't address it, but I wondered if you had heard anything back on your request for a meeting regarding the telecommunications issue. If there's anything, because we've got FCM meetings coming up, whether there's any follow-up that we might be able to do and see what, what's happening, what we can do at the FCM level.
Yeah, thank you so much. So follow-up from the ministry we originally sent it to decline the meeting, and I asked Christine to respond and say, this is really important, please delegate it. And we have not heard back from that request. And P. Morrison never responded, so he's never engaged on the topic, remains silent on it. So I was going to resend it to him, but I was waiting to see if this ministry did get back to us. So no, we have not confirmed anything. I think I reported last month that CBC did an interview with them, and Sarah Penton, is it Penton? She's messaged me asking for an update, and I've kind of been like, do I send her an update now saying no response, or just give it another couple of weeks because of the holidays? So that's where that one's at.
Thank you.
Sorry, just backing up. I'm curious if the board will be able to have eyes on the briefing note.
The briefing note for the wildfire one?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah, I'd not generally before we submit it, but once we submit it, we will. Okay. Yeah. And I should add that Dan is also working with the Kootenay boundary information. They also wrote a letter. So he's working on kind of conglomerating all of that, and he said it was super helpful. So once it's completed, we can make sure the board gets a copy of that, as well as the letter. We're doing both. And we'll let you know when we get the meeting. We know we'll get the meeting for that one. It's just depending on that ministry getting set up, is my assumption.
Okay.
And possibly, you know, ferry issues and ostriches in between maybe. Any other questions for me? Over to you, CAO.
Through the chair, just an update on the Fire Safety Act work that for the committee that I've been on. We had a meeting with all the RDCAOs across the province just to see how things were going in terms of investigations that might have occurred. The UFC attended that meeting and got some feedback, and we're just debriefing it next Wednesday. So it's trying to iron out those expectations that we talked about last month and that were raised when the regulatory bylaws were changed in terms of what the expectation of the UFC is on regional district staff and potential resources to support fire investigations. We went through that process thinking that it would be all on the UFC if we wanted it to be. And then now that things are actually rolling out, there seems to be an expectation from the UFC that we provide resources or staff. And we're trying to make sure that we set that expectation appropriately and make sure that they know that they said they would do it and we expect them to be doing it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Big one. Okay. Any questions for CAO? Okay. Then we will move to Rule Affairs Committee.
Sure, thanks. So we, as normal, you know, we were delegated authority by the board to receive delegations with respect to land use applications and or enforcement actions. We had something a little unusual. We had a delegation to elaborate and answer further questions with respect to the report we got from Mr. Morrison on community works funding. And that was quite interesting. We had two of our municipal partners sitting in with us, which I thought was quite good and appropriate. However, under the regular business, we had delegations either online or in the room on 4 business items, 7.1 through 7.4, and out of that we have 4 recommendations. I'd like to move the first 2 recommendations as a block. They are both in area G. They are both pertaining to the property owned by the Richards. And they're both to so the descriptions are different in detail of the non-compliance or offense is different. But as a block, I'd like to move the corporate officer of the regional district center Kootenay be directed to file a notice with the Land Title Office and Survey Authority of British Columbia stating the resolution made under section 57 at the addresses as described for the reasons as described.
Second, Cunningham. Thank you. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
The other 2, these have been separately, probably. For the third recommendation, electronic A. This is a development variance permit application from Devon. Area A window to move the board approve the issuance of a development variance permit. The 241A to Forest Edmond for the property located at 1180 Wigan Road, Area A legally described, and for the 3 items being varied as listed in the agenda.
Thank you. And do we have a second? Annenberg? Discussion? Oh, Lund. You're not Lund, you're Maine. Go ahead, Maine.
Thank you. This application for development variance permit, which was approved, I found very interesting because it involved the replacement of a building that had been there historically. It's being replaced by something that was relocated on the property that increased the viability of small truck farming on that piece of property. And so it was a really good example to me of how a little movement here and there can make a big difference to a family and to a business.
Thank you. Yeah.
Interesting thing we didn't cover, that house is adjacent to the cyclone, which pulls all the sawdust off of the main Wenger mills. And if I was rebuilding that house, I would also move it further west and planted rural trees. There's a history to every site.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
And I no longer have to deal with noise complaints on that from the previous owner, Chair. Anyway, recommendation number 4 is development variance permit Window Foods Limited, also Area A. So they have new owners who are rebranding from the old brand to a cannabis station. So I move that the board approve the issuance of a development variance permit B2412A to Window Foods Limited Incorporated as further described there.
Move a second. Thank you, DeBoon. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, over to director's motions. We have 2 from Director Davidoff and 1 from Director Graham, and then I'll have Newell with the notice of motion. So we'll go ahead to Director Davidoff for 8.1.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I would appreciate the board's consideration of giving me a couple of extra minutes because of the complexity of this situation that we're dealing with, if that's okay.
Director Davidoff, I'm going to ask you to stick to 2 minutes as best as possible. You have 2 motions, 2 minutes per, and then discussion, because that's generally what we'll do. So if you can be within that timeline, that'd be great. We're pretty familiar with the situation. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So first of all, the first motion says that the chair write a letter on behalf of the RDCK board to the Minister of Transportation and Transit, requesting the BC government implement meaningful consultation, automatic standing, hearings in impacted communities, and priority recognition of the mental health and welfare impacts on BC residents in the BC Labor Relations Code Essential Services provisions, requiring the BC Labor Relations Board to consider these community needs before it can cut any BC residents only link and lifeline to all of the essential services that they rely upon for their health and safety and welfare. This motion applies not just
Hold on. Let's take a second, and then we'll keep going. Is there a second?
A second for discussion.
Okay, it's been seconded. It's on the floor. Go ahead, Davidoff.
Thank you. This motion is different from the second motion in that this motion applies to any link, highway, ferry, anything. The Labor Relations Board addresses disputes between employers and unions, and the Minister of Labor has jurisdiction to order something essential, and the LRB can initiate that, or one of the parties to the disputes can initiate that. The problem we have is that the community impacted and the BC residents impacted do not have standing at that board because they're not a party to the dispute, and obtaining standing is incredibly difficult. We also found in this situation with the Glade and Harrop Proctor ferries dispute, the meaningful consultation piece, which has been so eloquently addressed at the Supreme Court of Canada, was something that wasn't happening. There was no hearing in our communities dealing with this. And the mental health and welfare impacts of residents who felt trapped and being used as pawns in a labor dispute, and we're not getting into taking sides here, they could not believe what was happening to them. And so the key things, that has to change in the labor code. Right now, there's a report on the labor minister's desk with respect to changes to or potential changes to the BC Labor Relations Code. This letter is going to the Minister of Transportation and Transit because inland ferries are within the jurisdiction of the Minister of Transportation and Transit. They're part of the interior highway links. So this is changing the process at the LRB to provide the items that are in the motion. And I'll stop there.
Good job. Thank you. Jackman, Hanegraaff on the list, please.
Yep. Thank you. So I find this is an interesting idea. I'm a little worried about the specificity or whatever, if that's the right word, of sort of the implications in the last part. There's words here along the line that consider these communities' needs before it can cut any BC residents only link and lifeline to all of the essential services that they rely upon. So this is something to the Ministry of Transportation. I think it should be more linked. What is that? Ministry of Transportation runs in our area highways. So it should be more specific to what applies to them. So I think that words were more along the line before it can permit disruption of highway or land route access, highway and land or land and water route access for BC residents and it really should be any of the essential services they rely upon. So it needs to be specific to highways, not just a link. And you can't say all of the essential services because I think that's too broad. So just throwing ideas out there to maybe broaden it out where we then actually maybe be a little more relevant to the Kootenay Lake Ferry and other locations as well.
Thank you. Can I suggest that perhaps you put some wording together on that and we'll come back to you?
I can do it.
And then Director David Ock will have a better chance of being able to follow it. So we'll come back to you. Hannah Graff, go ahead.
Okay, so I think there's been a bit of a misunderstanding. And I'm gonna preface my comments by saying that there's a difference between essential services and business as usual during a labor dispute. And essential service orders typically involve reduced levels of service while maintaining certain things to a certain level. So in this case, what the Labor Board ordered was a reduction from on-demand ferry service from Herrick Proctor and Glade to scheduled ferry service from Herrick Proctor and Glade. There's no restriction on who can travel during the scheduled service. In addition to that, there's on-demand ferry service for persons crossing for medical treatment, students, parents or guardians of students, personnel who are necessary for the operation of classes, any ambulance, any RCMP vehicle, any emergency dispatch, any health professional, any person in or responding to a mental or physical health emergency, any other emergency purpose, as well as snow removal, and any vendor or delivery person making normally scheduled deliveries to the Proctor General Store. That's what the essential service levels are for this labor dispute. These have been stayed, so right now it's business as usual. It's generally accepted that in the event of a labor dispute, unless you're talking about nurses who the essential services actually result in higher staffing levels than when they're working a normal shift, fire, ambulance, those kinds of things, they maintain their normal level of service. Anything else, in order for a strike to have any impact, there has to be pressure. And that pressure is brought about through reduced services, which is what the essential services are all about. So in this case, I think people thought that they were being cut off entirely. That's not what the order says, not at all. The other key piece with this is, so the levels are established and then the scheduling is done by the employer. So I think there's a misunderstanding. I think when we're reacting to this, we're dealing with the symptom rather than the cause. The cause is there's a labor dispute that needs to be settled. And so I think pressure would more appropriately be put to the parties to get them back to the bargaining table with the assistance of a mediator. To me, that's more sensible than what we're suggesting here.
Thank you, Hannah. And David, I will come back to you for the close, just so you know. You're unmuted right now, but we don't hear you, but just if there's a sound issue, you might want to mute. Paige, go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate the words of Director Hennegraff. In these two motions, the three motions, I found myself definitely gravitating towards Director Graham's motion around having clarity ahead of time of what essential services could look like. And I thought that would be a way to, you know, the changes that were going on in between the bodies in the community back and forth it created this uncertainty that also that fed into issues. And it's clear that having that certainty, knowing that you can get across and what that looks like, that resonated with me rather than the specificity of the one before us. So that's where I'm sitting for comfort level. And I think, yeah, you have to support all parties getting this resolved.
Thank you. Further discussion before I go back to Director Jackman. Go over to you. There's someone else on the list. Oh, I will again go back to David Ock for a close.
Okay, so fundamentally, I agree with Director Hennegraff that you be cautious about what we're meddling with. And if we're looking for something general in nature, I want to draw the attention to our unique issues. Maybe we'll put it in chat. Maybe I think this is better wording. Also agree with Director Page that I actually prefer out of these three resolutions, I prefer the third one. Instead of doing an overview, though, we have one on the floor. So here, either the one on the floor is worded a little differently and not quite as it's all or nothing. It's maybe more towards what I just put in chat. And even at that, I question if we lack confidence in that, is that not what the LRB already does? That is their job. It just seems when I read the 7-page response to the concern about, you know, when they issued the stay on their last direction, the 7-page response went so wide and so broad to talk about other issues, Adams Lake and the like, that I wonder maybe they failed, and they almost say that, they failed to spend enough time to do this. So to me, all this would be is a reminder, this is their job. That they would be required to consider needs of physically isolated communities before it can disrupt access for BC residents to essential service that they rely upon for their health, safety, and welfare. Because I think that is their job, and all you can do with this is reinforce the message that's their job, and I think they admitted they didn't do enough homework before they issued that December decision. So I'm a little bit at a loss as to which of these we should put forward. This is just an emphasis to do your job a little more thoroughly. We should also not interfere with a court decision, and that's a big concern.
Okay, so the options in front of us is you could move that as an amendment. We could deal with the amendment and then go back to the original motion. We can keep the motion as is, take the vote. So are you moving that as an amendment, I guess is what I'll ask you now.
I'd be happy to move this as an amendment. I'd hope people to wrap their head around what kind of direction we want to give somebody who already knows what they're supposed to do, and then postpone decision and vote on this until we talk about the other two. So I would propose this as a starting point, as an amendment to the words on the page, and very interested in Director Davidoff's thoughts.
So if you're proposing that as amendment, we're either dealing with that now or we're going to come back to you again.
I'll propose it as an amendment.
Is there a second on the amendment? Len, are you seconding the amendment?
Seconding, and then the point of process, could you email that instead of putting it in the chat?
Oh,
yes. Can
Angie email it, please?
I would welcome Director Jackman's amendment as a friendly amendment. I don't think we need to debate this. I just want to close on the motion.
Yeah, 1 moment. That's great. Thank you. So we'll just make sure we get it out to everybody. 1 second. So Angela's going to email it to you. It is in chat. And then do you want me to go ahead and read it then?
Want to read it out as well?
Might as well read it out as well.
Okay, so through the chair, the change starts after essential service provisions. So BC Labor Relations Code essential service provisions. The change is requiring the BC Labor Relations Board to consider the needs of physically isolated communities before it can disrupt access for BC residents' access to essential services that they rely upon for their health, safety, and welfare.
And that was a friendly amendment, so we're not going to treat it as That's now the motion in front of you. And I'm gonna go back to, Lund, it was just a point of process, so you're good. And then Hannah Gruff was next, and David Off, I am coming to you for the last, so that's why I keep putting you off. Go ahead, Hannah Gruff.
Yeah, so I guess I'm concerned with the part about meaningful consultation, automatic standing, hearings in impacted communities. It's not how it works. The negotiation is between the employer and the union. The Labor Relations Board gets involved with essential service levels. I have never heard of the public being consulted around essential service levels. Typically, what would happen is the employer would argue for a higher level of service because they're fined if they don't deliver the service they're supposed to deliver, even if it is because of a labor dispute. So they'd be pushing for more service. The union pushes for less service in order to bring about pressure to resolve this. I guess in a way the public would be represented more by the employer, and they can bring the public as witnesses, which is what happened during this essential service hearing. Western Pacific Marine brought, I think, 6 members of the public to testify on the impact of reduced service to their community. But to slow down the negotiations process by now bringing in public consultation and automatic standing and hearings in impacted communities, it takes away from the bargaining process. It takes away from the parties' abilities to negotiate. It brings something new in, and I don't think we'd have a chance of succeeding with this. I'll say that much, but I can't support messing with a tried and true process the way this wants to do.
Okay, thank you. Director Graham, go ahead.
Thank you. So through the chair, I actually don't know much about bargaining committees or unions. I pretty much always worked in private business my entire life. And I really don't know that much about the meaningful consultation, the automatic standings, and the hearings. But what I do know as an owner of a marine construction company is I know about man overboard and I know about cold water shock. And I know that if our residents, and they're telling me they will, take canoes and rowboats across this arm in bad weather and somebody falls in the water, they're going to have a few minutes. And the likelihood that someone is going to reach that person in time before they get hypothermia or worse is very low. And so for me, I am really not wanting, like the community at this point, this is a real safety issue. And I live on the water and I see this every day and we practice overboard drills. So this is just beyond comprehension for me, that it would be something that would be okay, that we would be willing to put our residents at risk. And I was rereading our oath just this past week, that all of us as directors took an oath to the residents of the Central Kootenay, not just the residents of our own area, but the residents. And to me, this is a safety issue and it's close to my heart because of what I do. So I think anything that we could do to protect our residents, because 8 runs on the Harriet Proctor Ferry is not going to be enough to protect our residents and their own safety in this case. So that's what I have to say. And it upsets me. I don't even want to speak more. Thanks.
Thanks, Director Graham. So I'm going to go to Director Davidoff to close on this. Again, we have 2 more motions to go, so the conversation's not really over, but on this motion, Davidoff for the close.
Thank you. And thank you, Director Hendegrath. I've been working in the labor law sector since I was 26 years old. I'm 70. And all my life is worked in this sector. The bottom line is I know the rules. This is a paradigm shift in how the Labor Relations Board does its work. What the Labor Relations Board failed to do in this case was to do what it is tasked to do in Section 72 of the Code, and that is to consider the health, safety, or welfare of the residents of British Columbia, and to prevent immediate and serious danger to the health, safety, or welfare of the residents of British Columbia. And if you were in the community hall like I was in Glade on New Year's Eve, packed hall, never had a larger meeting, the fear, anxiety, and pain in that room about being used and trapped and having sale reductions go from 130 a day to 16 was not something that I would ever want to go through again. I've only felt that kind of pain at a funeral. It was like it was the death of their ferry service that they had for 100 years. Now, imagine this, wherever you live, if there's only one highway link, forget about it being a ferry, only one highway link, and the highway maintenance workers went on strike and said, we're blockading that highway, and we're only going to let you through a few times a day. How would you react? And that's what's happened here. And the key thing is that the RCMP would be there tearing down the blockade. And the Minister of Labor would never allow that to happen, neither would the Minister of Highways. Here, what's happened is the community's voice has not been heard by the Labor Relations Board. They did not feel that they were meaningfully consulted. When they applied to the Labor Relations Board for standing to be heard at the Labor Relations Board, that was denied. So the key thing is that their voice has not been respected. And what this motion's all about is, yes, it is disturbing the apple cart. It is changing how the Labor Relations Board does its work. And it's consistent with the Supreme Court of Canada decisions on meaningful consultation, that people should have a voice, have standing in front of an administrative tribunal in BC, and that the priority should be the health and welfare and impact on BC residents. This would never happen on a highway, but it happened to our residents in Glade and Director Graham's residents in Harrop Proctor, and I don't think I've ever been through anything like this. So this is definitely a paradigm shift in the way we do business at the LRB, full stop. And that's what this motion is about. And I urge you to support this. Yes, Director Hennegraff is right. The government probably will do nothing, but it doesn't mean we can't ask for voice. Thank you, Chair.
Director Davidoff. Okay, all those in favor?
We're voting on the amendment.
It was a friendly amendment, so it's just one motion.
It's the only one.
Can it be read out, please?
That the chair write a letter on behalf of the RDCK board to the Minister of Transportation and Transit requesting the BC government implement meaningful consultation, automatic standing, hearings in impacted communities, and priority recognition of the mental health and welfare impacts on BC residents in the BC Labor Relations Code essential services provisions, requiring the BC Labor Relations Board to consider needs of physically isolated communities before it can disrupt access for BC residents to essential services that they rely upon for their health, safety, and welfare. All right. All those in favor? We got 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That's your chair.
11. Okay, so that, oh, and Newell, I didn't see you. Thank you. So that's 12. That passes. Okay. And your next one, Director Davidoff, I think we had a pretty good intro. Maybe just focus on how this
Actually,
one's different.
I'd like to be recorded as opposed.
Yes. Recorded opposed, paragraph.
First time ever.
And I spelled your name wrong again, but it's just in my notes. Okay, sorry. Sorry.
I can't see.
Go ahead, Director Davidoff.
Thank you, Chair. The second motion deals specifically with inequity, and I will read the motion. That the chair write a letter on behalf of the RDCK board to the Premier of British Columbia and Minister of Transportation and Transit, requesting the BC government immediately pass an order in council consistent with the provisions of Section 25 of the Coastal Ferry Act, declaring that the delivery of inland ferry services is necessary for the protection of the health, safety, and welfare of the residents of British Columbia. And if this is seconded, I will speak to it.
Seconded, Director Hanegraaff. Go ahead.
Thank you. So the Coastal Ferry Act, Section 25, has a couple of very interesting provisions. It says in the event of a conflict between the Coastal Ferry Act and the Labor Relations Code, the Coastal Ferry Act prevails. The second thing it has, it is deemed without limitation that the delivery of ferry services is necessary for the protection of the health, safety, and welfare of the residents of British Columbia. So the folks on the coast have statutory protection, and the inland ferry folks have nothing. And the key thing is that some people try to conflate that, oh, we don't want to be, that called me, says we don't want to be treated like the coastal ferries, and then all of a sudden we got to pay tolls. This has nothing to do with the way they're funded, whether they're privatized or whether they're a Crown Corporation. There is an act, the Coastal Ferry Act, that protects ferry users and services on the coast, but there's nothing protecting inland ferries with the same provision. And that's what this motion's all about. It's totally different from the first one. This is a deemed protection. I'll stop.
Thanks, Director Davidoff. We have Jackman, Hanegraaff, and Cunningham so far. Jackman, go ahead.
Thank you. So I see this as being fairly different. Not being well versed in the coastal ferries thing, I'm certain that there's nothing that says that the ferry schedule today must be the ferry schedule forever. That's unrealistic expectation. And in the case that we faced since November 3rd in Kootenay Ferry, and my neighbors almost faced on the other two crossings, there was never any move to stop all service. It was always a question around the frequency of service and any other conditions attached to that. And we had the conditions relented a little bit in Kootenay Ferry. And that's the job of the Labor Relations Board. So that is what's there to protect. They can't accept that there's nothing to protect people. The LRB is there to protect us. It's just they have to give due consideration and fully understand the circumstances. So I see a disconnect between that act and whatever reason they have in the coastal ferry. That doesn't protect them from having numbers of sailings reduced to 1/3 permanently. We saw that. Kootenay Ferry crossing, we used to have a midnight boat out of Balfour. We don't have it anymore. I haven't had it for 25 years, 20-some years. So I don't see the connection here to what we need to focus on. We need to focus on, I want to speak again under the one that Director Graham had, we need to focus on the decision issued in January, decision 4 for 2025, from paragraph 11 onwards. What the LRB said, maybe they haven't given this due consideration. But I don't want us to focus on some comparison to the coast. I want us to focus on us. So this one I don't think is a move.
Thank you. Hanegraaff.
Okay, I'm gonna, I've got the Coastal Act in front of me. And I think that there's some confusion around essential services versus regular service delivery. Saying that, you know, the act will prevail and service delivery is necessary does not mean that it won't be reduced in the event of a dispute, whether you're under the Coastal Ferry Act, which inland ferries are not covered by, or the Labor Relations Code. It's not the same thing. And so I agree with Jackman and Director Jackman, sorry, and what he's saying. I don't think that this does what you might want it to do. If you think that this is going to guarantee the regular level of service during a labor dispute, it won't do it. Because that's not what the act says. And that's not how things are here.
Thank you. Cunningham.
Thank you for the chair, to the director, David. My understanding was that inland ferries were part of the highway system. We asked that it be part of the highway system in order to make sure we don't pay tolls on our ferries, like we don't have to pay. In other words, that we free because they're part of the highway system. And that doesn't that put them under another section of the act? Or does it mean that, for example, a highway worker has the right to go on strike and close off a highway? No, they have the right not to go to work and to put up signs, but I don't think they have the right to stop transportation. But I don't know, and I'm asking through the chair to Director Davidoff to comment on it.
Do you want to comment on that, Director Davidoff?
Yes, Chair. Thank you very much. And thank you, Director Cunningham, for raising that. I think you understand now what the essence of this whole our arguments are. We are part of the highway network. We are under the Ministry of Transportation and Transit's jurisdiction. There is a Marine Branch Division within the Ministry of Transportation and Transit that actually oversees the operations of the inland ferry system. And what's interesting, and Director Cunningham brought up a very interesting point, is that what's happening at the LRB would never happen if there was a dispute, a labor dispute on a highway. Like, can you see Highway 1, Vancouver, closing down because there's a maintenance worker dispute? No. And so the whole point is that for some reason, the government's built in protection for coastal ferry users. We're relying on this as a highway link, but the LRB's not looking at that. No one's making an argument at the LRB that we're part of the highway system. No, you're a ferry. You're different. We can reduce the amount of sailings to put pressure on the other party. So the key thing is that I should have sent this to all of you, because Section 25(1) says, in the event of a conflict between this act and the Labor Relations Code, this act prevails. So the whole point of this motion is that, wouldn't it be nice if the inland ferries, folks, users would be treated the same as coastal ferry users, and have an order in council saying, no, if we need to change legislation, if we need to change some legislation dealing with highways, but by an order in council, the cabinet could make pass an order saying that, yes, Glade and Hare Proctor ferry users, you are part of our highway system, and it is the service to your areas is deemed necessary for the protection of your health, safety, and welfare. And that's the focus of both of my motions. This is
Okay,
all.
Director Davidoff, you need to wrap up there, okay?
Done. Okay, I'm done.
Thank you. So just to caution us, we're all giving our interpretations of things and none of us are experts. I do appreciate those that have experience in labor relations. It's very helpful, but cautionary note, none of us are experts that know exactly the correct way to go on this. So be cautious. Weatherhead, go ahead.
Thank you through the chair, just as we don't have an inland ferry act, but we would go by the Transportation Act. And there is, a bunch of wording in there about highway closures. And so it would be interesting to compare those notes to the inland ferries, because there is an act.
Thank you. I think what we're doing is we're speculating on things, and I would suggest that, we have yet another motion to go through. They're all very good. I'll just say that my vote on this will be not at this time. There's more understanding to have, and the other two are going to get us places as well. So that's my comment as a director. Pop-up, was there someone over here I missed? Who were you pointing at, Hewitt?
Well, I thought Hannah Graff, you just listed her on the list, but I might be mistaken.
She spoke. You spoke.
Okay, I spoke.
Yeah, you spoke. I thought so. Pop-up, go ahead.
Yeah, just exactly what you mentioned, Sharon. We're not experts on this. We don't, at least I don't understand the Transportation Act. But looking at it from a lawyer's point of view, which I'm not a lawyer, is if we send those letters, will they hurt us?
Will they hurt us?
2 or 3 letters are better than just one.
It's also very subjective. Depends on the person who reads it and if they decide to respond.
Yeah, and I don't know what the answer is.
Yeah. Okay. So given all that, let's focus on this with that time allocation, given what we can expect out of this, which is, I think, important. I'm not just disregarding the importance of it, but Kay Lockwood.
Thank you. And this is for clarification to this. What the director has pointed out in section 25 is the intent that you're wanting the Highway Act to include in the event of a conflict between this act and labor relations, not have anything to do with the Coastal Ferry Act, because I think that's the confusion, is that it almost makes it sound like we want an act for inland ferries where we already have it underneath Highways Act.
No, the wording is that it's consistent with the provisions of section 25, which would then be under the act it's currently under, which is the Transportation Act, which is Director Davidoff is nodding. So that's the intention.
Thank you.
Okay. Davidoff, do you need to close? I feel like you had another opportunity in there to explain stuff.
Yeah, I thank you, Director Papa, for that comment. This is all about respect. Respect for our constituents' voices, protection of their services, just like anyone who lives on a highway would have. We can do something by way of an order in council. Cabinet can do it so quickly. Anytime they could figure it out. They got a lot of lawyers on their payroll in Victoria. And the key thing is that please send us some signal that we are as important and our constituents, the Cheryl's constituents and my constituents, are as important as anybody using a ferry on the coast. I don't care what piece of legislation you change or what you have to do, dear government, but at the end of the day, show us some respect and do something that says we're just as important. It's an equity issue. And we talk about equity all the time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. All those in favor? I'm gonna look to this side. 1, 2, 3. Those opposed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so all those that have their hands down, motion fails. Thank you, Director Davidoff. Thank you, Stuart. I know you worked hard on those with Director Davidoff as well. Director Graham, over to you.
Thank you. So through the chair, I just want to thank Stuart for helping me with this. And also I want to reiterate that I'm not taking sides in a labor dispute here at all. My only concern is for the safety and health and welfare of the residents that live in the regional district of Central Kootenay. So with that being, and the fact that this labor board ruling, I don't know if it was made by someone who's never been here, maybe never been to Harrop Proctor or Glade, but to rule that 8 runs would be sufficient to meet the basic needs of the people in Harrop and Proctor is woefully inadequate. And therefore, I would make this motion that the chair write a letter on behalf of the RDCK board to the Premier of British Columbia and the Minister of Transportation and Transit, requesting that the province legislate that inland ferries are categorized as essential services for residents of British Columbia, and that a determination be made on the minimum number of daily sailings that would be required to be maintained for each crossing.
Seconded by Paige. I have Hanegraaff and Jackman so far. Hanegraaff, go ahead.
Okay, so.
Oh, you're on the list too? I thought you were just seconding Paige too. Go ahead, Hanegraaff.
So what's being asked here is what's already happened. Essential services were brought in. The problem is that I think what I'm hearing from the director is that the levels are insufficient to meet the needs of the community. And so what's really I think what she's saying needs to happen is the daily sailings needs to be upped. There needs to be an appeal made to the Labor Relations Board around the essential service level. Again, essential services are not the same as regular services. So you go from on-demand ferry service to a scheduled number of sailings. I have no idea if it's adequate or not because the essential services were never brought in. They were stayed and the on-demand continues. I agree with Director Graham in that I would not want to see anyone putting their personal safety at risk in order to cross a body of water in a boat that's insufficient to do it. And I will also say, having negotiated countless collective agreements, having been involved in essential service negotiations, I have never, nor am I aware of the BCGU in particular, my former employer, ever saying that we want to block people from going to work, from going to appointments, any of that stuff. So if there's a problem with the levels that have been designated, deal with that problem. Don't throw the whole process out with it. That's what I have to say. If I was Director Graham, I'd be contacting Western Pacific Marine and asking them to have a reconsideration of the essential service levels.
Thank you. So we have Jackman, Paige, and Davidoff. Jackman, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Interesting observation of Davidoff. The union not wanting to block people from going to work. That is exactly what happened November 3rd to my constituents. Exactly what happened. We pushed back on that. We did get item 0.6 added to the erroneously essential service categorization, which said, and others are going to work. So that is exactly what happened. This isn't a very issue.
Sorry.
However, also, I appreciate the director's phrase, the levels were insufficient to meet the needs of the community, the levels of service. I think that is the symptom. The fundamental problem is the level of investigation and understanding has been insufficient to set the service levels for Glade and Harrop Proctor. And so this is why, and I said to Stuart, I don't know if Director Graham's aware, but I maybe interfered with Stuart's thoughts when he responded to Director Graham and suggested some rewording. I think part of that rewording is mine. The road in, and I referred to it earlier, is in that 7-page order that we saw on January 5th, decision ECLRD 4 from Jennifer Lowe, the chair. She states, paragraph 11, however, in the unique circumstances of the present case and only for the reasons below, and then she goes on to talk about how may present an immediate threat to health, safety, or welfare of the residents. Goes on to talk about other comparative cases. This isn't the same as Waterbridge and Adams Lake. This is unique and really states, in plain text, I think, they haven't done their homework. So the first recommendation, and this recommendation to me is just a restating that we agree the homework has not been done. The understanding of the impact isn't there in order for the LRB to do its normal job. I think Kenny is right. This is what they do. It's just they haven't taken the time to understand this. Interestingly, they put the stay on, the order they put out in December, with absolutely no date for when they may return to a decision. It could take 6 months. I wouldn't be surprised. So to me, this is just reinforcement of the data we have in front of us. You guys haven't all been reading this. I've been working on this since August, heavy and hard, in September, at UDCM, during the interregnum, from day one from November 3rd, all the way through Christmas. But we all should be reading these LRD orders and seeing the weakness in the process. So to me, this is just a statement that we all recognize this weakness and we need to step back, but it's now or for the future, and better understand all of these communities before we put them at risk.
Thank you.
I support the recommendation.
Page.
In consideration of these motions, this one being my preferred one, I wondered just about the friendliness of minimum frequency, looking at the schedules that are being put out and what was inducing people to think about sailing. It wasn't necessarily about the number of times, number in a day, but it was front loaded in the morning, huge gap in the middle of the day, and then front loaded again for coming back to work, meaning you couldn't go to a doctor's appointment in the morning, not be trapped on the other side of the entire day, conceivably. So I kind of like the word frequency better than number. And I also thought it made sense that this would go to the employer and I guess potentially the union, simply saying, we think you don't have this right, and if you need to be doing more, as Jacqueline's pointed out, with the labor board to establish what that essential needs to look like to achieve those goals, then I think that makes a lot of sense. And I thank Director Graham for putting this motion together. I think you're right, it strikes the right balance.
Director David Opp.
Thank you, Chair. I support the motion, and I support it for the following reasons. This has nothing to do with the union and the employer. This has nothing to do with the ferry dispute. This has to do with the treatment of the inland ferry services as a highway. We would not be discussing this. We would never be passing motions like this if Highway 3A was blockaded. They wouldn't have a right to do that. But just because something, this is being treated differently from a highway in the interior. And the bottom line is that just because you could do it doesn't mean you should do it. And one example in the order was particularly galling, and that was that if you couldn't make the scheduled service sailings and you had a doctor's appointment, you could get on the ferry, but you had to provide a note from your doctor's office saying that you had an appointment. Well, what if you have a psychiatrist's appointment? And half the people working on the Glade Ferry live in Glade. And so someone from Glade who's seeing a psychiatrist would have to show to somebody, oh, I have a doctor's appointment with my psychiatrist. That is a medical privacy issue. Could that ever happen on a highway blockade? This whole thing is ridiculous. I support the motion. I believe the inland ferry services need to be treated as a permanent highway link, and we should not be talking about this ever again. And I support this motion, and as a fallback to what I moved before. We're not talking about labor disputes here. We're talking about a right that our residents should have that has nothing to do with an employer and employees. Full stop. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Papa.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I supported all three letters and I will support this, the former two, and I will support this one. For one basic reason is I understand there is a process that the provincial government has, the labor relations have. The signal that I want to send, and hopefully we'll get there and we'll hit home, is the process is not working for inland ferries, period.
Thank you. So Graham, I will come back to you towards the end. I'm just working on a potential amendment to acknowledge that they were deemed essential, but what is being delivered as the service is not meeting those essential needs. So I'm trying to reword it so that we don't sound like we don't know what we're talking about or that we've missed some information. And so I just sent it to Stuart to get his wording because mine was a little awkward as usual. And I'll just read it. 1 second, and just see first, I'll go to you, Graham. I'll read it and ask you if you would consider that it does change the intention. So I don't know if that would be a friendly amendment, but hold on 1 sec. Or do you want to read it? Yeah. Okay. Sorry, just 1 moment. Stuart's helping quite a bit here.
Chair, wonder if we could suggest that we take our 5-minute break now and then, well, rather than just a suggestion.
We have a motion on the floor, so generally speaking, breaking in the middle of that is a bit tricky. Good idea. I don't disagree, but okay, we're ready. Hold on. Go ahead, Stuart.
The chair read a letter on behalf of the RDCK board to the Premier of British Columbia. That all stays the same, getting down to categorized as essential services for the residents of British Columbia, and further that the letter state that the current assessment for daily sailings of the Glade and Harrop ferries does not meet the needs for those communities, and that a new determination be made on the minimum number and frequency of daily sailings that would be required to be maintained at each crossing.
Maintain what?
Maintained for each crossing. For each crossing.
Oh.
Can you pop it into email it back and put it in chat? So Director Graham, I'm just going to pop that into chat as soon as Stuart sends it to me, and then I'll read it again as a whole. So I just put it into chat there. I'll read it again for the board. Directors, are you, I know we're paused, but we're not paused now. Hello, hello. I'm going to read the motion again, if we can all be focused up here. Are we here? Hello. Okay, good. The RDCK board to write a letter to the RDCK board to the Premier of British Columbia and the Minister of Transportation and Transit, acknowledging that the province legislate the inland ferry services are categorized as essential services for the residents of British Columbia, and further that the letter state the current assessment for daily sailings of the Glade and Harrop ferries do not meet the needs of those communities, and that a new determination be made on the minimum number frequency of daily sailings that would be required to be maintained for each crossing. So I just want to go to Director Graham real quick to check in if that's a lot of changes for her, or
I'd accept that as a friendly amendment.
okay. And now we've got quite the list. So can we had Hannah Graff, Jackman, Page.
As a seconder.
Oh, you're seconding it.
Well, as the seconder.
Oh, as the seconder. Thank you. Sorry, go ahead. You were the seconder.
Before we get too far into wording, I do think we send it to the employer and the union.
Okay. Employer and the union, nodding from the motion.
And then otherwise also agree.
Okay. Okay, thank you for checking in on that, seconder. Now we'll go to the speakers list. Hannah Graff, go ahead.
Okay, and I think this is friendly. I think it would be more accurate to say the letter state that the current essential service levels for daily sailings, blah, 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 instead of the current assessment. Because it is an essential service order. So you could say this, the current essential service order or the current essential service levels. And I think that's more specific.
So that the inland ferry, categorized as essential.
Yeah, all the way and further.
Oh, yeah.
That the letters state that the current, instead of assessment.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Oh, I never put it in chat. Sorry. I never hit click. Can you say that again, Hannah Graf?
Okay, the letters state that the current, instead of assessment, say essential service orders for daily sailings of the Glade and Harrop ferries, blah, blah, blah.
Okay, and so sorry, Director Graham, I didn't realize that didn't go to chat. Now it's in chat.
It's an email.
Oh, it's an email too, okay. And Angela, did you get that we also added that it would be sent to the employers?
No, where would that be included?
That could just be direction to staff.
Okay, direction to staff.
I would say if you're gonna send it to the employer, you should probably send it to the union too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the parties.
Yeah.
Okay, so then back to the speakers list. We've clarified the mover and the seconder are good with this. Jackman, I believe, was next.
Yeah, so employment is part of the conversation, access to employment. So you guys all forgot about Lake Ferry Crossing again. If you make minimum wages.
Hey. Vandenberg and Tierney, do you need to clarify the motion?
Yes, he does.
Okay, Tierney, are you on chat or are you on your email?
Yes, on the email.
Okay.
Just wondered if Proctor should be mentioned.
Oh, because it just says Harrop.
So for the chair, I was just using the wording that's used in the order. They refer to it as Harrop.
So that's the crossing.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I had to stop a sidebar. Okay, back to you.
Okay, so if you made minimum wage, if you made 2 times minimum wage and your employment from living in East Shore depended on going to the West Shore, and you had to drive around, you would just simply not go to work because you would lose money every day. So really, truly, my colleagues, Kootenay Lake Ferry's essential services order is deeply flawed for the same reasons discussed before, having to produce or not produce medical records or appointments and details, whether or not going to work or not. So Kootenay Lake Crossing also needs to be part of this.
Okay, do you want that
It
in
all
there?
needs to be corrected.
Can we add Kootenay Lake Ferries to this?
Well, absolutely. I don't understand why people are more excited now than the people who've been suffering for 2 months plus.
So friendly amendment adding Kootenay Lake Ferries. Graham, you good with that? Yes. Paige, seconder. You're good with that, Paige?
Yep, I'm good with that. Very good.
Ange, are you keeping up with us over here? Okay. You want to talk?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
So thank you, Chair. Another
Yes,
friendly
sir.
amendment maybe is, we also recently had a labor disruption at the Arrow Lake ferries.
Yeah.
So I'm unclear as to why. I think my question is, procedurally, this seems like an advocacy piece that we maybe want to do in a different format, because this is taking up a lot of time here, and maybe this is something that we take to provincial ministries and our individual MLAs. But I also think that just seeing the amendment that's been circulated electronically, the highlighting 2 small ferries, we've taken the scope from inland ferries, which is many of our communities are serviced by inland ferries, not just specifically Glade and Harrop. So I don't understand why we have honed in on those 2 and not just leave it broad, because many of us are affected by other ones.
Okay, that's a really good point. Another friendly amendment, can we just change it to inland ferries?
No. Sorry.
1 second, I need to check in. Ange?
Oh.
Through the chair, we can mention the Arrow Lake ferries as well. Just mention them by name.
Okay, we can just mention them by name.
Yeah.
Hannah Graf and then Cunningham.
Okay, so you're dealing with the current labor dispute of what's referred to as Kootenay Lake Ferries. Arrow Lake Ferries has settled. The labor dispute is over. the essential service orders are put to bed. They're not, it's not part of the current problem. If we want to get into discussions around the broader question of inland ferries and their necessity to the communities, we should do that in a different way and coordinate with people in Burns Lake, because that's where the third inland ferry is.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a recommendation here that can we separate out the advocacy piece you're referencing so that we can then look at it from a UBCM perspective and an overall, if we face this again, okay, good. Cunningham and then Davidoff.
Thank you. Just adding to what the previous director was speaking of. It's a different company dealing with all of the, it's a different company than the one that runs the Kootenay Lake ferries, and that company has settled. And my understanding is that, in fact, if the company that's running the Kootenay Lake ferries was willing to pay what the company that runs the Arrow Lake ferries is paying, everybody would be happy.
Okay. Len, you were on the list previously, and I'm sorry I missed that.
It's been clear, my question's been cleared.
Okay. Weatherhead.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you, through the chair. I would like to see further advocacy, and yes, we are dealing with different contractors, so we had different, the labor disputes look different in every body of water. So, yes, our essential, what was deemed our essential services was not sufficient in terms of if school children could go across, but teachers couldn't. Like, that's just one.
Okay, Davidoff, we're good now? Last note.
No.
Yeah,
I know, I'm just saying for him, it's his last note. Go ahead, Davidoff.
Yeah, I should have spoke up earlier. When I read Cheryl's motion, what it meant was that we're asking the government to declare the inland ferries as essential service and for minimum service levels to be established in that legislation. And that would apply forever. What we're doing now is we are now getting into a labor dispute. We're talking about the current one is not appropriate. And that's why I supported Cheryl's motion, because what it does, it says, pass the legislation, declare it essential, set the minimum level so we don't ever have to go back to the LRB to talk about what is appropriate at Arrow Lakes and Glade and Harrop and Kootenay Lake. And now what we've gone is we are delving into a dispute rather than a general statement of what is right for inland ferry users. And
so, Director Davidoff, I'm going to just correct the intention here, because
I think the intention's out of whack. Yeah.
And I'm going to clarify this and then go to Director Graham, because we checked in. The thing is, they have been declared essential. What we're stating is that in declaring them essential, the servicing level is not sufficient. It's not getting into labor dispute. It's stating we know they're deemed essential. The servicing is not meeting the essential needs.
So,
full
Chair,
stop.
Supplemental, if I may.
Go.
Hello?
Yes, go.
Yeah. So the original motion makes sense to me.
Okay, well,
in the legislation, the essentials, the levels of service are set, full stop, and is declared essential. What we're doing now, I can't support, because we are delving into labor dispute.
Thank you. Graham for the close.
Through the chair, so I appreciate Director Davidoff's comments, and thank you for that. And I do feel that the changes that have been made do speak to the problem that I'm dealing with, or that we all are dealing with right now. And I'm satisfied with what we have, and I would like to move forward with putting this motion forward for a vote.
Okay, so we're going to call the vote now. All those in favor? Thank you. Anybody opposed? Nobody opposed? Great work, everybody. That motion passes. Now we'll take a break. Sorry to delay that one. Are you all right? We are cameras, so I see you. Thank you. Director Newell has a notice of motion. If you want to go ahead and read your notice of motion, and then we'll deal with that one in February, but go ahead.
Thank you, Chair.
We're still on, sorry, Director Newell, sorry, to the table. We're still under director's motions. And this is not on your agenda, but this is when directors can propose a notice of motion, and that's what Newell is doing. You can always do two things. You can do a notice of motion at this time, or simply send in the motion for the next agenda on time. Go ahead, Newell.
Chair, is our most recent procedures bylaw indeed procedures bylaw 2898, 2024?
Yes.
Because that's what the website says.
Yes, we just approved it.
And in that, nowhere can I find.
We're not discussing it. If you can just do your notice of motion.
I need to know if this motion is actually applicable, because nowhere in the procedures.
You can determine that in February if you just email it in. It's not a discussion item, unfortunately, because it's not on the agenda.
No, it was a question of, I could say privilege or point of this, but no need to. I'll see if I can find it. That the RDCK procedure policy 2898, 2024 be amended. And this is where I had a question, because it doesn't even say public time. Be amended to state that public time on all RDCK committee, commission, and board meetings is intended for the public to ask questions of and make comments on the work of the board.
Thank you. So we'll discuss that in February, and staff will review it with you.
So, Chair,
sorry.
Thank you. Chair on privilege.
What's your privilege?
I just want to thank the directors for hearing
Okay.
Director Graham's and mine and my constituents' concerns and everyone else. And thank you for taking the time and giving us the time to flesh all this out in front of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Director Graham has a notice of motion. The Harrop Proctor Committee requested a letter of support, so that's in there. You can also just submit that for February, Director Graham. Okay, good. Okay, folks, we are running out of time. We have verbal reports now, or sorry, consent agenda. So the consent agenda, this is a new format for us. What is in the consent agenda? Director Cunningham, what can I do for you?
Is 9.2.1 in the consent agenda? It says for information.
Yes, I'm just about to address that.
9.2.1. 9.2.1. Without page 16.
So the consent agenda is items we're receiving for information. We don't make motions on these. Generally, we're not discussing them. They're just FYI. So that is the purpose of the consent agenda. Further?
But to the chair, if you had a question or a comment on it, they can be discussed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Much like
correspondence,
they can pull for discussion.
Okay. Would anybody like to pull anything in 9.1? I've got yours, Director Cunningham. Anybody else? Vandenberg.
Yes, 9.1.3, please. It's the minutes.
Okay.
And you're not doing 9.2s?
What do you want to pull is the question. We don't need to do any of them. It's only if you pull for them.
9.2.1 as well, please.
Okay, already on the list. Pop off which one?
9.1.1.
Okay, so we are gonna have to, just so everybody knows, refer verbal reports because we're not gonna get through these. Others that need to be pulled. Okay, on 9.1.1, Pop-Up, what do you want to address in that?
I would like to know what the study for campus field feasibility study, that's an old study that's been done quite a few years ago, whether it's relevant at this time or not.
Through the chair, I'm not sure on its relevance. The commission asked for a presentation on it. Okay, they wanted to see it. Okay.
Thank you. Vandenberg 9.1.3, what would you like to note about these minutes?
Thank you. 5.1 in old business speaks to BC Hydro public, or in terms of information on wind turbines in Duck Creek. So my question traditionally is, I will be working with Stuart, and I know that it needs to be public engagement, and I want to get it into that arena. And I understand that FCM has a protocol and NRC and so on and so forth, but I just want to bring that to the attention that I think these sorts of things. And there's another application as well with our Arrow Creek area for wind turbines. Same opportunity to allow the public in on, let them weigh in on it.
9.2.1, Cunningham.
Yes, thank you. I would like the CAO's opinion of the letter, and if it has validity or reference to us. I looked at what Andy wrote, and I can see those kinds of problems. And how does that fit in with what we're doing? And should we have some kind of comment? Because of course, you know more intimately than I do with respect to this.
Yeah, through the chair, the issues identified in the letter are ones that we're experiencing as well. And Dan and his drafting of the letter that we're sending.
Sorry, 1 second. Dan, can you mute? Thank you. Go ahead.
The letter that Dan's drafting that the board asked be sent is going to incorporate some of these comments as well, in terms of how other regional districts are also experiencing the same thing.
So in my chair's report, when I referenced the KB letter, that's the one I was referencing. Okay. Okay, we're good. That was it for consent agenda.
Well, I had 9.2.1 as well.
Oh, what do you want to say
Said what
about
I
it?
was gonna say.
Okay, great. Good. I'm glad you worked
Just so you
together
get
on
your
that.
notes all straight.
Okay. So do we want to do verbal reports right now? If so, I'm gonna be super strict on the 2 minute first, because we still have in camera to go through. Or do we want to refer them? And if we do that, we'll do all 20 next month.
I'll move to refer.
Move to refer. Second, good. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Vandenberg opposed, recorded? Okay. All right, then we will now go to close the meeting to the public. Move seconded, discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Recess of open meeting. Thank you, Cunningham. Thank you, McFadden. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Flip the page. Let's just see who we've got on here.
Wasn't there a table, a postponed motion?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Vice Chair.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I got too many notes.
Oh, I'm just kidding. I just like to fuck out. I'm sorry. That's what you were asking about, Director May. I'm so sorry. So motion to.
I am happy to bring this to February.
Okay, great. Awesome. Fantastic. We're gonna stick to the process then.
It was 4.2.
No harm in talking.
Okay, thank you. Is that good, Ange? You got it? She'll just report in February?
Just point of order, if I may, or point of whatever, point. 4.2 does have a date requirement in it.
That's true.
So that may have some bearing on whether or not it should ought to be referred.
Okay, I can do it really quickly and have just.
We're in camera right now.
Yeah.
So, can you, we actually need that motion in advance anyway, so can we do in camera?
Yeah.
Email your motion out, and then we will come back to open and deal with it then.
You bet.
Okay, let's roll. Thank you. We acknowledge and respect the, oh, hold on.
So we still got people.
Yes, we do. 90, Connie, Arnie. Oh, is that our Connie?
So I have not stopped the recording yet.
Oh, sorry.
I've not moved us into, so just 1 moment.
And Ange, you got the resolutions in email there?
I do.
Okay.
We do have to pass, I'll move a motion to bring it back and bring it forward.
Oh, motion to bring forward the postpone item. Thank you, Hewitt. Thank you, Paige. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Over to you, Director May.
Okay, thank you. Further to the delegation that's morning from Jamie Jones, Selkirk College Stories to Solutions Project. I've broken this into 3 motions to avoid the possibility of division. So motion 1, that the chair write a letter of support on behalf of the RDCK to the Stories to Solutions Project, Selkirk College.
Is there a second? Thank you for discussion. McFadden.
Yeah, sorry, not to belabor it through the chair to the committee. I just struggle with this. I sat on most of the first part of the project. I actually went to quite a few of the meetings and sat through them and looked at their presentation. I've seen all of their resource material. And I don't think we need more money and more time going to assessing the problem. I think we need to use that money and time to fixing the problem. Most of those meetings were listening to stories of lived experience. That's what the whole meetings were. So we just spent a couple years of doing this process. And so it seems like redundant to do it again without just getting to the solutions that they already came up with need to happen. So for that reason, I would rather them figure out a project that actually starts to implement some of the things we've already heard than going down this direction. So I just won't be supporting on that basis. Great work in the first part. Don't get me wrong, really great work in the first part.
Okay. Further discussion on the motion? All those in favor? Opposed? Recorded opposed? Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Hold on, we're gonna have to do that again because I got confused there. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Already counted you, Jacqueline. Hold on, I'm still counting. 11. So those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Sure.
Oh, Cheryl had her hand up.
Yeah.
So 11 to 9, so that passes. Cunningham, what was your question?
Well, yeah, would perhaps, if I may, I'm out of order, so yeah, if perhaps though, I think it would be good if we could put in the letter that we would be looking forward to seeing some kind of thing that you mentioned. Actually, we're working towards solutions as well as this recording.
We can take that direction as staff to include that as part of the letter that we support this, but we really want to see some solutions being put into action. Can you just take that as direction of staff? Thank you. Your next motion, Director.
Second motion that RDCK commits a cash contribution of $7,500 to the Stories to Solutions project, Selkirk College, with funds to be allocated from general administration.
Second page, discussion. Page and then McFadden and Vandenberg.
I really appreciate the concerns about getting concrete, actionable, key recommendations out of this. I think it's valid, but I think what's important here is this issue isn't like inventing a product or building a building. It's like tending a garden. It's a human system, and so that continual dialogue I see bubbling up in other elected leaders as they tackle issues forthwith. And so I think continue to help leverage to have students continue on this conversation, both with the vulnerable population, with the sector, and with the electeds. I think it does continue to have spin-off benefits because I don't see a lot of places outside of what this project has been where we're bringing all of those people together and having those conversations. And I think those conversations, they evaporate over time and then people forget. And it's such a salient issue. Obviously, Nelson has had some real struggles. So I just look for us to continue to have those, to continue to build that capacity because I worry it dissipates over time.
McFadden.
Not to belabor, I know the tiny amount of money and all things, but like I struggle with this because as a city of Casper, we put a lot of money towards this already. We actually put a lot of resources and money towards this, including meetings that we do sit down with population. We have a whole committee that sits and talks as providers were looked at in the province for a model. And so they're asking to use that model for other places, which is how we kind of navigated this problem in our community. So I feel like I can't support something that I know my citizens are already paying for a lot more than this already. So for that reason, I would have rather this gone to individuals. I know we can't do that, but areas and directors instead of things. Doesn't matter. So.
Just on process that directors can still choose to offer a grant to this as well. That is still an option. Not at this moment, at another meeting, but you can do that. Vandenberg.
Thank you. I see this as there's a lot of moving parts here. There's a lot of people participating. There's a lot of resources trying to work together, not discounting the work that they're trying to do. But all them resources, the spokes within the wagon wheel to the center everybody wants a little bit of operational help, that sort of thing. I think back to the type of work that Crescent's doing that we're a part of on the side. And Crescent is, I think, moving in a comfortable direction. I'd feel better understanding that program and the direction that's going to happen there. That if any funds were to be moved, I would want to support that. That is more concrete. That's actual people doing the work and dealing with crisis. We've got to be careful because there could be a whole lot of these, and they're all with good intention, but there's only so much of the monetary resource that we can make available. So I feel good about supporting them by the letter, encouraging them to continue doing their work. But I don't feel as though contributing the money in this at this point in time without hearing some real actionable solutions. There is no actionable solutions yet after 2.5 years. I can't support this right now.
Okay, Jackman.
Yeah, thanks. Director McFadden, partially answered my question. I was hoping, listening to Jamie, that this be a stage where they would expand out, talk to other researchers, other institutions. Sounds like that's kind of been done already in a province-wide scale, because I've seen it's very impressive what some of these different research groups can pull. Either they know exactly who to go to obtain a database or to get some information, they know how to manage it, they know how to format any of their questions or interviews, everything, so it's very professional and it's also credible later. So I don't want to discourage the kind of research side of it. What I was hoping to get out of this as a product is they talked about training or trying to figure out what skills are needed or who could, whether the students or not, I don't know, but who could be trained or learn through this process to be able to do the outreach. To me, that was kind of a deliverable. Maybe it's a lesser part of deliverables, but even if that is a deliverable, I don't see this as 7,500 as carrier. Maybe the better way to have funded it would be something we've seen historically where 2 or 3 electoral area directors, like it or not, can fairly easily recommend to this board that we move $2,500 each and do that. Just without it being a general admin burden. But I'm hoping there's an outcome here, and some kind of training, some kind of methodology to how to approach solutions.
Maine?
Yes, the particular reason that I introduced this second resolution was because Jamie did reference that they are looking to include some of the more outlying and smaller communities as well, which have been historically overlooked, but it goes to the vote.
Thank you, Lockwood. I should have come to you first and go to you
That's
first.
okay. Very quickly, I was a Selkirk College student that I did do nursing. We never got paid a cent to go out and get information for us to expand our learning. So I know that it's gone to, like, we had to do this stuff for a learning thing, and it troubles me that we're now getting into that they're now asking for tax dollars for people to get paid to go and learn and not have any actionable items to listen to stories. That should be part of the program, and that's as Selkirk College, it should be part of the program that they're doing to bring that stuff back. So I'm going to vote against it. It is a small amount, but it shows that we are putting more tax dollars into the actual education instead of the education actually producing it out there.
Thank you. No further. Oh, McLaren. Oh, yes.
Sorry, I snuck in there.
Yeah, that's fine.
So I don't want to speak, I'm speaking against the motion. I'm not speaking against the intent of the motion. I think the work is good. And for lots of reasons, I think it could be educational, like Director Jackman said, it could, I mean, and these issues are coming to, like, it's not in a lot of communities, but it's coming. So this would have incredible value for places that it might not yet fully exist. But it's the nature of this request that I have trouble with. There's no budget, there's no deliverable, there's no metrics, there's no time to even reflect on it. We just had a presentation just a few hours ago. So, and as I think, as Chair Watson, I think, mentioned, there are other ways to support this financially. It's not a huge amount of money. but the way in which we're receiving the request doesn't sit, I don't think that's a proper process, so I support the letter and, possibly that's the next motion, but I don't support the funding.
Thank you. That's it for the speakers list. All those in favor? Sorry, back to the, I'm not on Zoom. You're on Zoom? Okay.
Yeah.
All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. Those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Opposed. Defeated. Yeah, okay.
So Chair, can I just suggest something that might help?
Very quickly.
Yeah, so that this didn't pass, but the thing is, in the letter, could you say that there could be directors that would be interested in funding this? Because I would be interested in providing $500 or whatever, or
I would not put that in a letter. Directors who want to fund it, reach out to Jamie. You can go ahead and do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And number 3.
Number 3, that the invitation to participate in the study be referred to the Community Sustainable Living Advisory Committee for deliberation in their 2025 work plan.
Is there a second on that? So it's on the floor. I'm going to speak against it because it is a defined service. It doesn't include everybody. And I think it would piecemeal the conversation too much. I'd rather it, in terms of updates, remain with the board in any way.
Okay.
And the most appropriate service is actually planning, and that's where most of our housing stuff is housed. Housing is moved into planning because we're actually legislated to do certain reports. So I'll just say that CSLAC is just, for all the reasons that I have a problem with CSLAC, I don't like the piecemeal approach to some of these projects. And sorry, I didn't have anyone on the list, so I went ahead and spoke. Vandenberg?
I just wanted to clarify, did we have a seconder for that motion?
Yes.
We did, okay.
Yeah. So it's on the floor now.
And if I have the floor, then I do agree with you. And with the CSLAC file, we have a lot of opportunity, but we need to take care of tidying some things up.
Do it.
My comment, I also agree that it shouldn't go to CSLAC because it's not all participants and it, but also I would have concerns with staff capacity. We don't know what that is, and this sort of puts that pressure on a staff member to step up, who might already have a full plate, but will be with, would do it because it is something that's very, is very topical and an emotional issue for many people in our region.
Thank you, Paige.
Yeah, I'm curious about that piece specifically. I don't want to make a presumption that one more thing is a burden on staff. If there's somehow, if staff actually believe that this would be beneficial to something they're already doing, or there's an advantage, that sharing. They're not quite sure. I don't want to presume that this is a burden on the staff member, but I would like to give the flexibility for staff to engage if they want to.
So just to clarify, the motion is to move this into the CSLAC service.
Yeah,
the fact that that is a piecemeal service or a defined service, I don't think we agree with. I think we can deal with that motion.
Yeah.
But the bigger conversation around, is there a staff or a service where this would be appropriate and staff would want to be engaged and it would fit their work plan, is fair enough to just give direction to staff to say, if you want to, bring it back to us.
I'm good with that.
Okay. So on the motion on the floor, Maine, did you have anything? I feel like
I just wanted to comment that at the CSLAC meeting the other day, Paris did inform us that there was a 15% of staff time that had not been allocated for this year that is intended to be used for new projects that might be brought to the committee.
And we also have a grant intake that'll likely fill that gap. Yeah. On the motion, all those in favor? 1, 2, and 3. Newell, were you in favor? And David off in favor? Okay, 4 in favor. Those opposed? Motion fails. Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity to bring this to We'll go forward.
And thank you for doing the work to get that through us today and reminding us that they had a deadline. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We finish it all? I think we finished all. Motion to adjourn.
So
Discussion. All those in favor?
let's debate.
Thank you. I hope you're feeling better, Dr. Graham. Good to see you, John. Good to see you, Missy and Tom. Yeah.